The internet has arguably become the most important installment into the culture of humanity. Besides the unfathomably vast amount of information readily available at one's fingertips, the internet also provides a source for near endless entertainment. One such medium of entertainment that has taken on popularity relatively recently comes in the form of web series and ARGs. The acronym ARG stands for Alternate Reality Game, and these narratives are often told through a series of puzzles that a player must solve to progress the story forward. These blur the line of fiction and reality by presenting their story as a real chain of events, utilizing things from reality to tell their story. This term can also be used when referring to a web series that can be found on the internet that employs the use of cryptic and unclear storytelling, requiring the viewer to study the clues to piece together a full storyline. These things are often quite complicated and contain tons of lore, and they're the type of thing that is right up my alley. One of the most intricate and complex ARG-like web series is known as Petscop. This series is known to be extremely difficult to fully discover the narrative, and this video will kick off a series where I aim to accomplish just that. What I intend to do is go through each episode of Petscop one at a time, fully deep diving into them and deriving whatever information about the lore that I can, just to further explain my style of doing so. I view these stories as their own fictional universes, separated from their creators. What I mean is, I believe the evidence found within an actual series outweighs anything said by the creators. For instance, if the creators said the story is one way, but the series has infallible evidence for a different way, I am going to discard the information given by the creator. That being said, when investigating the series, I believe everything that you need should be found within them, and I don't even bother trying to find statements made by the people that created them. To me, these fictional universes are their own realities and should be viewed as such. Another thing is that I'm going into this as though I don't know anything about it. I am going to interpret the information as it is chronologically presented, then look at the entire picture when the series is finished. Additionally, I am avoiding any theories or interpretations from anyone else on the internet, so if my thoughts coincide or conflict with someone else, it is by coincidence. My goal is to avoid any influence outside of the actual series itself. And finally, I'm going to try to stick with presenting interpretations that are fully backed by evidence. It is pretty much unavoidable to have to make some assumptions in these types of series, but I will specify whenever I'm delving into theory territory, so that everyone is aware that I'm not claiming that information as a fact. My ultimate goal is to piece together a timeline and complete narrative and storyline of Petscop that is as undisputable as possible given the evidence within the series. And one more thing before we begin. Most of my episodes should follow a basic formula of a walkthrough, a breakdown, and then a summary of the story and timeline that we can put together from everything we've seen thus far. With all that being said, let's delve into the first video of my very first series, Unraveling Petscop. So first things first, let's just take a look at the channel in general. We can see that the banner is black and the profile picture is of some retro-looking video game sprite. A quick look at the channel description and we are presented with this. Some select Petscop recordings. In a way, recordings have the power to raise the dead. They're kind of scary. Thank you for watching, with a winky face. We can also find that the channel was created on March 11th of 2017. As a side note, some of the information I'm going to cover may seem trivial, but with this series it is better to leave absolutely nothing overlooked. But anyway, first impressions are somewhat eerie. Select recordings of a game called Petscop isn't odd, as posting gameplay videos are extremely popular on YouTube. But to immediately call out that recordings have the power to raise the dead is slightly unsettling and gives a foreshadowing glimpse into the dark tale that awaits us. With preliminary observations out of the way, let's dive into the first video. When we start the video, we are presented with a Sony logo. We then see a PlayStation logo, and the lack of any numbers indicates that this is a PlayStation 1 game. This is followed by the Carolina logo, which must be a developer from the in-series universe. Soon after, we are greeted by cheery music and the voice of the person playing the game. While he doesn't outright say it, we can tell that his name is Paul because of the name he puts into the file that he creates. Based on Paul's dialogue throughout the episode, we can assume he is making this video for a specific reason. Here's an example of what he says early on.
Alright, so, this is just to, prove to you that I'm not lying about this game that I found. I'm just gonna walk you through everything that I've seen so far, and obviously to be exactly as I described it, because this is it.
From these two lines of dialogue, we can gather that Paul has played this before and has described it to someone he is making this video to prove the game's existence. Because of this, we can also assume that this is not a mainstream game in this universe and is possibly the only copy of its kind. I say this because if this were a game that other people had, you would think it would be on the internet and whoever Paul is talking to could find their proof by searching the name Petscop. Paul begins to play the game using the very strange avatar, walking us through it but noting that this is not the interesting part, meaning there is something in store for us. The world Paul initially finds himself in is called the Gift Plane, which a pink sign elaborates upon. The pink sign says, "The gift plane is closed indefinitely, and all personnel have left." If you are unaware, the gift plane provided homes to over 100 young pets. Unfortunately, we have failed to remove all of the pets from their homes. 48 pets remain here at the time of writing. We would strongly encourage you to visit our 8 homes and find some friends to take with you. Every pet is uniquely valuable. You should have no problem finding somebody that you love. The gift plane staff. Paul enters the gift plane only to find a single level called Even Care. He notes that the game must be unfinished because there's nothing beyond it except a white void. Paul enters Even Care and is immediately met by a picture frame starring a bird and a flower. As you can see here, the frame says, "It's a picture of 2 friends, Toneth and Randus. Are they not cute? Give them a chance." Strangely, when Paul attempts to open a blue door, he is stopped by text informing him that he does not know how to open doors. Following this, Paul walks through a hallway where there are 2 white signs. The left white sign says, "When you're choosing a pet, find somebody that you like. You don't have to love them right away." The right white sign says, "Don't be discouraged if they run away from you. They really do want a home. They're afraid. Show them there's nothing to be afraid of." Paul proceeds through the game, which is centered upon catching pets. It is very similar to a retro Pokemon game. Through entering different rooms and solving puzzles, Paul succeeds in catching a ball-like creature called Amber, a flower called Randus, and an unnamed cloud and Piano Man. He fails to catch a very strange bird-faced creature. Paul notifies us that he has caught all the pets that he has been able to previously, and we're pretty much caught up to speed. However, he also lets us know that the fabled interesting part is coming. Paul tells us there is a note that was attached to the game when he found it and reads off exactly what we saw in the description. "I walked downstairs and when I got to the bottom, instead of proceeding, I turned to right and became a shadow monster man. 6/13/97, for you. Please go to my website on the sticker and also go to Ronus Room and press start and press down, right start." He says he figures that Ronus Room must be the room with the weird bird-faced creature, as that is the only pet left, and the code that is given apparently works when entered at this location. Upon entering the code, the cheery music immediately stops, leaving us in eerie silence. Paul then walks back to the exit level of Even Care. He says he figures that Ronus Room must be the room with the weird bird-faced creature, as that is the only pet left, and the code that is given apparently works when entered at this location. Upon entering the code, the cheery music immediately stops, leaving us in eerie silence. Paul then walks back to the exit of the level Even Care, but when he walks out, he does not enter into the pleasant atmosphere of the gift plane. Instead, he finds himself in a devoid landscape of deep green grass, with shadows enveloping almost everything. Paul says that he has not been able to find anything out here, but suspects that there is before abruptly cutting off the video. The hard cut transitions to Paul's avatar standing in front of a wooden door, like one that might lead underground. Paul says that he found it after wandering around for about an hour, but doesn't know how to open the door. Afraid that he would be unable to find it again, Paul says he will leave the PlayStation on before signing off. That's the main gist of it so far, but let's look a little deeper. I'll be entering a somewhat speculative zone now, but I think the connections are definitely meant to be made. There seems to be a heavy allusion to children present in the pets. Based on the dialogue we saw in the signs throughout the game, we can easily make the game a metaphor about adopting children and finding homes for orphans. Take one of the white signs, for example. Don't be discouraged if they run away from you. They really do want a home. They're afraid. Show them there's nothing to be afraid of. This can be an allusion to the fact that sometimes children don't take well, or can even be hostile toward their foster or adoptive parents. Furthermore, there's an emphasis on choosing and personal feelings towards pets. For instance, take the last line of the very first sign we encountered. Every pet is uniquely valuable. You should have no problem finding somebody that you love. And the other white sign. When you're choosing a pet, find somebody you like. You don't have to love them right away. This could be showing the fallacy some people have when adopting children. They view them as almost a commodity, something they want for the sake of themselves or their own enjoyment, rather than viewing them as an actual person with the assurance that they don't have to love them right away, like the sign said, and the mindset of finding someone they love rather than simply just wanting to help a child in need. The children are more like a pet to people like this, just like the creatures in the game are called pets. Another example of this could be the only pet description we got in this episode for the pet named Amber that Paul caught. Amber is a young ball. She's afraid to leave home. If her home is good, this is not a problem. She is very heavy, and that makes her life a little harder, as well as yours. What's the safest place you can put her in? You should start thinking about that. Here, Amber is presented as heavy, which could make the pet owner's life a little harder. This could be an allusion to children that have some traits or complications that could be inconvenient to an adoptive parent, which is a selfish way of thinking rather than just helping a child in need. Also interesting is the blue trophy in Amber's room, which read, "It's a trophy awarded to our Amber for being a real champ yesterday and today. She hasn't left her cage once." According to this, Amber has apparently not left her cage for 2 days, which she was commended for. Additionally, when Paul is attempting to catch her, she keeps jumping towards the closed cage rather than the open one. This could show how some kids are metaphorically put in a cage by their situation and encouraged never to leave. So eventually that's where they become comfortable and unfortunately stop trying to expand their horizons. Another thing I noticed, which very little can be said on this now as I'm going off almost no information, but it involves a picture that is seen at the start of Even Care. In it, we see a red bird and flower who are described as two friends named Toneth and Randus. If we are assuming that the names are going in the typical left-to-right order, that makes the bird Toneth and the flower Randus. We saw Paul catch Randus, but we never encountered a red bird. The closest thing was that weird creature that Paul was unable to catch, as the head matches very close to the head of Toneth. However, we know that this pet has to be Roneth, as the code works in that room, and it specifically says to enter the code in Roneth's room. Could that be why the cloud is constantly following Randus? The rain could represent the sadness that is following Randus around for no longer having the companionship of his friend, but seeing as Paul says, catch them both, it appears that the cloud is a pet as well. I think it could be reasonable to think that perhaps the cloud is trying to stick with Randus in an effort to comfort him. But in any case, that leaves the question, where is Toneth? He and Randus were friends, yet Toneth is nowhere to be found in Even Care, and we already know that there aren't any other levels in the gift plane. One could say he was adopted prior to the player's arrival into the game, but that doesn't seem to make sense, as the pink sign at the beginning of the game states that, "Unfortunately, we have failed to remove all of the pets from their homes. 48 pets remain here at the time of writing. We would strongly encourage you to visit our 8 homes and find some friends to take with you." There are 48 pets left and 8 homes. It is reasonable to assume that there should be 6 pets per home, and as we saw in Even Care, there are only 5. This means that the gift plane staff must have believed that there were still 6 pets per home, meaning Toneth couldn't have been adopted. So where is he? We've stated multiple times that Even Care is the only home. That leaves only one other place that we've seen so far. The dark realm that emerges upon entering the code. If Toneth is in there somewhere, we don't yet know why or how, but I assume he has to be. The in-game pets menu even gives 6 pets to fill out, meaning that Toneth has to be catchable out there somewhere, and the only other place he could be is in that shadow realm. So let's break down everything we've gathered from this pilot episode. Petscop is a PlayStation 1 game developed by Carolina in 1997. The game revolves around catching pets which have strong similarities to children and especially orphans in adoption. There was a note attached to the game that was written in the same year of its release that contained a cryptic message along with a code that changed the game from a cheery atmosphere to a creepy one. The wording of the note could suggest that the game was made for someone particular. Somehow, a dude named Paul came into possession of the game in 2017 and is now making recordings of gameplay for somebody that he knows in order to prove its existence. Last week, I released my first video in my first series here on YouTube, Unraveling Petscop. In this series, I am trying to fully discover the story of the web series ARG known as Petscop, and today I continue in part 2. If you haven't watched the first one, you should go do that, and the link to the playlist will be in the description. But in any case, here's a brief summary. Petscop is a PlayStation 1 game centered around catching pets. We determined that the pets must have some eluding connection to orphans and children, and attempted to find out why a pet named Tonith is missing from the first level. We have a protagonist named Paul, who is playing through this game and is uploading his recordings for someone that he knows, to see inactivated in a code that was on a note that came with the game, which opened up a new, darker realm in stark contrast to the cheery atmosphere of the game prior. So let's delve into episode 2. As a warning, I will say this. This episode is going to throw a lot at us, with very little in the way of explanation or connection, so this should be interesting to sort through. Unlike the first episode, whose description was the note that Paul found with the game, this video does not have any description whatsoever. Curiously, just like its predecessor, this video's thumbnail run length time is far longer than the actual runtime. Upon starting the video, we pick up right where we left off with Paul's avatar standing in this ominous shadow realm beside a closed wooden door. A few moments pass by and a strange tune plays. In response, the door opens on its own. Paul apparently notices and begins talking once again, eagerly descending the staircase that awaits beyond the door. After traveling downward, Paul finds himself in a dark atmosphere that appears to be indoors. There are strange pictures and objects down here, which are hard to make out. Paul goes into a passage to the left and soon finds himself in an office-like room, with a constant ringing of a phone. Paul clicks the phone and is met with a message simply saying, "Care has left the room." Paul then goes to click on a corkboard and sees this paper, with 3 faces of a girl getting progressively more distressed as you go down. They are labeled A, B, and NLM respectively. Paul doesn't quite know what to make of this and continues down a hallway to look at 3 pictures: a green house, a brick building, and a windmill. While viewing the brick building, sounds of dread play. Paul continues and finds a road where a car travels down, but that is the only car we hear in this episode. Paul keeps traveling and finds himself in a grassy fenced-in area with an unearthed gravestone with eyes. After clicking the gravestone, Paul receives the message that a 7-year-old child named Mike had died in 1995. The gravestone also read that Mike was a gift. Slightly unnerved by this, Paul enters a structure to find a giant sunflower. After plucking some of the petals off, Paul decides to check out the other room of the structure, which, like the gravestone, has a face on it. Paul sees a strange display of a crying girl on a grass block. Paul decides to finish plucking the petals off the flower before returning to the room and seeing the girl glitching in a disturbing hazy red, with her face blotched out. Strangely, the grass block has sunken into the ground. Paul goes around the structure to find a narrow passage that leads to yet another area. Paul is surprised that the game is this big.
This is a little more than I was expecting to see.
Paul walks along a narrow strip of grass into another building with drawings that appear to be in crayon like a child had drawn them. In here, Paul finds a strange red object that prompts him to ask questions. Paul first tries a simple question of what, but receives "I don't know" from the object. Behind the object, Paul finds a sort of viewing area where he observes a windmill. Paul exits the view, but the object displays the sentence, "Keep watching the windmill." Paul goes back to the windmill to hear some disturbing sounds. The video cuts and Paul claims that he had been watching there for a couple of minutes, but nothing happened, so he's going to move on now. After going back along his trail, Paul enters into another room, this time with a bed and a chair. The backwards words across the floor spell "Quitter's Room," and as Paul approaches the left, he is stopped with a barrier showing a sprite that looks very similar to his avatar besides the face. The sprite on the other side mirrors Paul's every move until a tune plays and it moves a bit differently. Paul is confused by this, but soon views a piece of paper with purple messy handwriting that says in backwards, "Do you remember being born?" After this, Paul exits the room and walks down yet another hallway before coming to a staircase and ascending back into the shadowy realm, this time emerging on the opposite side of the wooden door, and then he ends the video. See, I told you there's a lot of weird stuff going on in this one, but let's make some connections where we can. First of all, an obvious thing to point out is the implied importance of these musical tones that play. At the very beginning of this episode, the wooden door opens completely under its own volition, but only after these seemingly random musical tones play. Then much later in the episode, towards the end, the exact same tones play when Paul sees that mirror avatar. Also notice how the mirror avatar appears to almost break form as they play and a little afterwards, not following Paul's movements exactly like she did before. There seems to be some connection between the tones playing and the game acting on its own, or at least breaking form somehow. There isn't much to go off that for now, but in any case these tones seem to be important to the game in some capacity. Something else weird about all this is the random opening of the door. Paul states that he hadn't done anything and in fact was in the other room when the door opened.
Hey, so, the door opened on its own. I was just in the other room for a couple of minutes, and I came back and the door was open, and I checked the recording, because I was recording, and the door just opens on its own. I didn't do
So why does the game activate something on its own after a certain allotment of time passes? It seems weird to think that a game would ask its player to literally just wait and do nothing for an extended amount of time, but as we are starting to tell, this is not a normal game. Another oddity that feels important to mention are the faces on Mike's gravestone and that structure where the crying girl is found. Each of them have very obvious eyes and other subtle facial features. This is a very odd and purposeful inclusion and must mean something. But let's talk about the crying girl and who exactly she is. We first encounter her after entering that structure next to Mike's gravestone. Her hair is disheveled and she appears to be crying into her hands. Her frame and size suggest that she is very young. But while this is the first time we've encountered her, it isn't the first time we've seen her. Back at the office, when Paul viewed the papers on the corkboard, we get 3 images of a young girl's face, labeled A, B, and NLM. The girl's face getting increasingly more tragic with each one. You should recognize the NLM face as the exact same sprite as the crying girl from the structure. We can actually know her name, too. In the same room that this paper is found, a phone is ringing, and upon answering it, Paul receives the message that Care has left the building. It would make sense to assume that the crying girl is named Care. But why is she so devastated? We find her in the building next to Mike's gravestone, so she could be sad of his death, although we can't be sure. That raises another question of why did Mike die? The answer for now is we are not sure, but the gravestone says that Mike was a gift. This wording parallels the wording of the gift plane, which can be construed as viewing children as gifts. But I believe the most important takeaway from Mike's gravestone is the dates that it gives. According to the inscription, Mike was born in 1988 and died in 1995, tragically only 7 years old. Both of these dates predate the creation of Petscop, which we know to be 1997, which makes sense because his grave was included in the game. That probably means that whoever developed this game actually knew a kid named Mike that died when he was 7, which also means that this game is now telling a story about the real world. Using actual dates like 1988 and 1995, the game confirms that the story's telling is not confined to just the fictional story happening in the game, but is alluding to events that are supposed to have happened in the real world, at least in this fictional universe, which makes the unraveling of the mystery another layer cooler. Let's talk about one of the strangest occurrences. Why Care was glitched and in a red haze after Paul returns from plucking the sunflower. Now, there isn't a solid answer but I can give you on this, but the first thing I thought of was, as Paul is plucking the flower petals, is the they love me not game. If you count it out, the final petal Paul plucks falls on they love me not phrase. Care does not appear glitched until the flower petals are plucked in this way, which could correlate to why her state looks even worse after Paul returns from doing so. Also, her grass block sinking to the ground could parallel how the flower sinks into the ground after Paul is done plucking the petals. At the moment, not much can be said about any of these, but I feel these pictures deserve a mention. The brick building especially, as it plays Sounds of Dread as specifically labeled by the subtitles while Paul is viewing it. This is very clearly trying to indicate that this building is not good, but why, we don't know yet. And we actually see the windmill in this picture for ourselves when Paul looks at it through that viewing area. The windmill makes dark sounds like the picture of the building, also indicating that there is something wrong about this location. Strangely, although that weird object specifically told Paul to watch the windmill, nothing happens. Perhaps Paul just didn't wait long enough, because as we've seen, the game can act on its own after time passes. There's one thing that we talked about last episode that has been confirmed. Paul is making these videos for someone in particular. Listen to some of his dialogue.
But also, when you come home next month, and hopefully you're feeling a little more enthusiastic about that.
Saying when you come home next month is very obviously referring to an individual, so we now know for sure that Paul isn't just uploading these videos as Let's Plays to YouTube. So what we've gathered from this episode is that the game is telling a story about events that have happened in the real world of the overarching story, and that we have a series of locations that are very purposely ominous, as well as a new character who is a sad little girl known as Care, and a dead character known as Mike. We can add Mike's birth and death to our currently small official timeline of events, both of which predate the creation of Petscop and happened long before Paul got his hands on the game. It was also confirmed that Paul is making these videos for a specific someone. However, there are tons of questions that we are left completely in the dark about. How did Mike die? What happened to Care? What is so bad about the windmill in that brick building, and what exactly is that talking object? What does the entirety of the Quitter's Room mean? Who is the mirror avatar supposed to be? And what do the musical tones have to do with anything? Welcome to the third episode of Unraveling Petscop. This episode probably has some of the most interesting connections we've made so far, and we're going to dive right into it. I don't want to waste too much time with recap, so if you haven't watched my past two videos, I recommend clicking on the playlist below and watching from the beginning. Now, let's see what Petscop 3 has in store for us. It opens with Paul going through a passageway that he had not explored in the previous video. As he enters, he is met with a shadowy corridor, with large letters on the wall to his left, spelling out, "Good grief and alas." This is actually interesting, but we'll get to what that means later. Paul continues to a brick building with a window in it. Upon clicking the window, something revolves inside of it, looking as though Paul is meant to put something in it. Paul enters the building to find a room with a canvas. When entering the canvas, Paul can choose an assortment of facial features to assemble a face of any combination. Paul tries out a few combinations to find that each face allows access to a child's room, after the entire building shakes for a bit. The first few faces don't seem to be of importance, and Paul even admits that the room appears to be generated in some way. However, Paul makes the connection that we have seen faces before, like back in the grave room where Mike's gravestone had a face and so did Care's shed. Paul assembles a face on the canvas in correspondence to the face on Mike's gravestone, and then we actually get something of interest. The canvas says that Mike is not inside right now. He is dead. You may visit his room. Paul does indeed visit the room, and we immediately notice that there is no child sitting on the bed like the previous rooms had. This makes sense, seeing that Mike is deceased. Something interesting about the room is that we see a miniature version of the talking object from last episode sitting on a table. Paul does the same procedure on the canvas, with Care's face this time, which interestingly lacks eyebrows. The canvas triggers a message once again, this time saying that Care is missing. You may visit her room. Upon entering her room, Paul is met with a very gray atmosphere, the once again absence of a child on the bed, and another occurrence of a miniature version of that talking object from before. However, there appears to be a piece of paper on the wall in the back of the room. Honestly, I can't really make it out in the shadows, but it does look like some sort of note or paper that has been hung to the wall. It is here that we get our most interesting and bizarre bit of reading in the series thus far. The note reads, "Your wife says Care isn't growing eyebrows. You say, that's a puzzle. You're secretly very excited to hear this news. You're in the bathtub thinking about her. I have a guess at which child you'll pick next. When you find her room, the passage to my right will lead to her. She'll peer from the darkness, limping, and I'll shoot her in the head." Tiara says young people can be psychologically damaged beyond rebirthing. A young person walks into your school building. They walk in with you. You're holding their hands. They come out crying into their hands because nobody will love them, not ever again. Nobody loves me. They wander the Newmaker plane. There is a ton of important things here, but once again we'll get to all the lore implications in a moment. Paul is pretty confused and a bit disturbed by this note, and he begins to talk about he suspects this whole game could be meant for somebody to see. He knows how there's still another passage to explore, but upon walking through just ends up in a black void of nothingness. Paul decides to sign off there, and the video comes to an end. Now, in terms of explanation, this video has been a bit more simple, but there's actually a lot that we can take away from this. First of all, let's talk about that phrase, good grief and alas, that we saw at the beginning. This is actually a reference to a Dr. Seuss book. ARGs use this type of illusion device a lot, hinting at something that exists in the real world as a means to hint at themes in their story. The book in question is Daisy Head Maisie, and if you're not familiar with the story, here's a synopsis from the Dr. Seuss fandom. The book is about a schoolgirl named Maisie McGrew, who one day suddenly spouts a bright yellow daisy from her head. It causes alarm in her classroom, family, and town until an agent makes her a celebrity. The Cat in the Hat is seen serving as the narrator to the story, who helps Maisie understand her problem and persuade her to go back home. Now, how did I get this connection from good grief and alas? A teacher in the book says the phrase in response to a bunch of children mocking Maisie for the flower sprouting from her head. You could be skeptical that this is definitely what the phrase is alluding to, but there is more evidence to the Daisy Head Maisie connection. Remember what was in Kara's shed? A daisy, looking very similar to the one growing from Maisie's head. And even furthermore, guess what Maisie does towards the end of the story? After running away and being distraught that nobody loves her, she counts off the petals of a flower, playing the they love me not game on her own daisy, in which she is met with the result of they love me, which makes for a happy ending. If you watched my last video, you'll remember I speculated that Paul was doing just that with the daisy in Kara's shed, plucking off the petals one by one. This to me makes it very clear that Daisy Head Maisie is being referenced here, but unfortunately, Kara's daisy landed on they love me not, meaning there's probably a much more tragic tale for our little girl. And as I said, Maisie runs away in her story, and in Petscop we see that Kara is missing from her room and alone in that shed, suggesting that she may have run away as well. Also, a version of the book was published back in 1995, being a thing of the 90s, just like Petscop. Interestingly, this is also the year of Mike's death, although I'm not sure if that has any connection or not. Another similarity in Kara and Maisie is that the note in her room says that she is not growing eyebrows, which is somewhat of a physical defect, like Maisie growing a daisy on her head. It could be worth noting that the note in her room also mentions a young person going to a school and coming out thinking that nobody will love them, which is essentially what happened to Maisie. In any case, all this is pointing towards a story for Kara, one reminiscent of that Dr. Seuss book, although potentially shaping up to be more sad. And while we're on the subject of allusions to real-world things, let's talk about the last line of that note. They wander the Newmaker plane. The most important word here is Newmaker, and combined with a few pieces of evidence from the last episode, we can connect this to a real-world event. I will warn you that the event I'm about to describe is extremely tragic and involves the abuse and death of a child, and while the rest of the series is a fictional tale, this is a very real tragedy that I'm about to go over, and my heart goes out to everyone involved. What I am talking about is, of course, the case of Candace Newmaker. In 1989, Candace Tiara Elmore was born to Angela and Todd Elmore in North Carolina. She had a younger brother named Michael and a sister named Chelsea. They were removed from their home due to parental neglect and separated by social services. Eventually, Candace was adopted by Jean Elizabeth Newmaker, who was a single pediatric nurse practitioner. Soon after Candace's adoption, Jean began to take her to a therapist due to her attitude and behavior. For the next 2 years, Jean reported that Candace's behavior was getting worse, which is no surprise given that she was forcibly removed from her parents and separated from her siblings, only to be given to a woman that immediately thought something was wrong with her. This is a lot of mental trauma for a young girl. Tragically, it gets so much worse from here. Jean eventually brought Candace to some therapists for a rebirthing session. Essentially, rebirthing sessions are supposed to simulate birth in an attempt to bond an adopted child to their adopted mother. Candace was wrapped in sheets and covered in pillows in order to simulate a womb for the birthing process. 4 adults then began to push down on her, apparently to make her fight her way back into the world, with the mindset that the experience would attach her to her new mother. Just think of the senselessness of this for a moment. 4 adults pressing down on a little girl for the sake of a highly conceptual therapeutic ritual. The combined weight would be about 673 pounds on Candace's little 70-pound body. Candace soon began to plead for air, which soon escalated into screams for help as she struggled in vain to escape. As if this physical torment wasn't enough, the therapist began to taunt the young girl. After Candace stated that she was going to die, one said, "Go ahead, die right now, for real." 20 minutes of this torture later, Candace began to vomit and defecate within her suffocating prison, but was still offered no release. Another 20 minutes of agony passed by for Candace, and she was asked if she wanted to be reborn. Candace says no, to which the therapist replied with, "Quitter, quitter, quitter, quitter. Quit, 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 quit. She's a quitter." Candace soon died after of asphyxiation. And where was her adoptive mother during this relentless procedure? Watching the whole thing on a TV screen in a different room. I'm not going to get into all of the aftermath of this, but let's just say the monstrous adults involved in so brutally murdering an innocent child did not nearly serve enough punishment. So how does this all relate back to Petscop? Obviously the name Newmaker appears at the end of the note, which seems like an obvious indicator towards a case that gained as much attention as this one. However, there is more that point towards this case from episode 2. If you remember, Paul visits the quitter's room. The therapist taunted Candace by calling her a quitter, which connects to the wording in Petscop. Furthermore, that purple note on the wall reads, "Do you remember being born?" which alludes to the fact that Candace's whole death revolved around a rebirthing practice. Also, Candace had a brother named Michael, and lo and behold, we have a kid in the Petscop universe who is also named Michael. Also, Candace's middle name was originally Tiara, which is also a name of the character we found in the note. So now that we've proven the connection between Petscop and Candace Newmaker, what does it mean for the story? I think just like the Daisy Head Maisie, these real-world implications are meant to help us understand the in-series narrative. Ever since Paul arrived in that under area of the shadowy plane, the game has had a lot to do with Mike and Care. With all that we've previously stated about Care, just like we paralleled her character with Maisie, we can do the same with Candace. Perhaps Mike is Care's brother in the series, seeing as how Candace and Michael are siblings. Also, we get themes of innocent children being brought down by adults who make them feel unloved, as we can see is happening to Care based on the events of last episode, as well as that note we saw in this one. This case also incorporates and drives home the larger themes of the Petscop story as well, like the themes of adopted children and the misguided thinking that adoptive parents can have that we saw in the gift plane back in episode 1. With all that gone through, let's now take a very close look at that note we got. We are actually introduced to 2 new characters here, 3 if you count the person who is writing the note. The note is written to a specific someone who is revealed to have a wife. The wife's dialogue is written in purple, and so is the name, Tiara, further down the note. We can correlate this color coding to deduce the fact that Tiara is the note's recipient's wife. Using this same color character code, we can see that Care's name is written in yellow, and so is the dialogue, "Nobody loves me." Thus, we can assume this is something Care said. Taking what we've seen in episode 2, we can use this phrase and relate it to the NLM form of the girl on the paper in the office. As you can see, NLM is an acronym for Nobody Loves Me, so we can now definitively decide that this is what NLM is supposed to mean, which makes sense given that it is the most distraught form. The yellow color has always been used for Care's name, as in episode 2 her name also appears in that shade. The evidence combined with Tiara from the note means we can move forward in a series with the logic that characters have an assigned color, and we can use that color to figure out who is talking in a bit of dialogue. That being said, that note written in the quitter's room was in purple, and knowing that purple is Tiara's color, it is possible that the note was written by her, and to go a step further, maybe she was who we saw on the other side. Also, the note mentions Tiara saying that young people can be psychologically damaged beyond rebirthing, which matches the "do you remember being born" phrase from the quitter's room. I'm not sure about Tiara being the mirror avatar yet, but it is food for thought. In the note in Care's room, we also get dialogue from a green assigned character who we don't yet have a name for. The writer of the note says that this character is excited that Care is not growing eyebrows, which is an odd fact to be excited about, especially to the point of thinking about her in the bathtub. The note also talks about how a young person walks into a school with this character and comes out crying into their hands, just like the state we saw Care in, thinking nobody will ever love them again. Now, I know what you're thinking. An adult bringing a child into a school and the kid coming out mentally disturbed? While it does seem like some sexual crimes could be going on, I'm not so sure about that just yet, and I think whatever is going on in that school more pertains to the eyebrows thing. Obviously, this character is excited at the prospect of Care not growing eyebrows, for reasons that are unclear, but perhaps due to this, they make her feel bad about this physical trait in school, which leads to her feeling unloved. Remember, there was the Daisy Head Maisie connection, and that's exactly what happens to Maisie in the book, getting shamed for her physical appearance at school and coming out feeling unloved. Furthermore, whatever this non-eyebrow excitement this character has, it could potentially be an obsession. There is a small object on the table in Mike's room that looks like tweezers to me. You know what you can do with tweezers? Pluck out eyebrow hairs. Is it possible that whoever this sicko is that Tiara is married to was trying to pluck out Mike's eyebrows because he was obsessed with children without eyebrows? I have no idea why this would be the case, but the fact that the note is written to someone excited at the prospect of a child with no eyebrows and a pair of tweezers is also seen in the same episode seems suspicious. As we know, the note itself appears to be written to whoever this character is, using words like you and you said. If you remember from the first episode, there was a note that came with the game when Paul found it, that among other things said, "For you" on it. Perhaps whoever Tiara's husband is was who the entire game was for. That still leaves the mystery of who is writing these notes and why, but perhaps we'll get those answers down the line. There's also an exceedingly strange portion of the note talking about a girl appearing and limping from the darkness, and the writer of the note shooting her in the head. Before that it says, "When you find a room, the passage to my right will lead to her." The note that came with the game mentioned turning right at the bottom of a set of stairs and becoming a shadow monster man. Although no stairs are mentioned here, the direction right is, so I'm honestly not sure if there's any connection here or not. Although shooting a limping girl in the head certainly constitutes becoming a shadow monster man. The whole thing is weird because the rest of the note seems to be about Care, but we've seen Care alive in the game, and her room only told us she was missing, not, shot. On the topic of turning right, there is something that I noticed upon inspection of the second episode. When Paul initially descends the staircase that the wooden door above led to, the door leading to the rest of this underworld is to his right. It is to the left of the screen, but if you take into account that the avatar is facing us, whoever is descending that staircase must turn to the right to get to the other rooms. It probably isn't connected, especially since the note mentions instead of proceeding, and there doesn't seem to be an option here to continue forward. But anyway, that's just something I noticed that is a potential parallel to the note. That note attached to the game also required a code that consisted of 5 downs and a right, which simulates walking downstairs and turning right. It's all very mysterious, but there is very little information on any of that for now. So, Petscop 4 only clocks in at just over 2 minutes, with nothing major happening over the course of the video. That being said, this episode of Unraveling Petscop should be considerably shorter than my others as well. But I am going to have a detailed recap of the story so far at the end just to add a little more length to this. This episode, like the past couple, does not have anything for a description, and is following the trend of the thumbnail printed time being far longer than the actual time of the video. Anyway, we begin with Paul, who is still in that area underground. He walks along a grassy corridor that leads to a staircase and ascends into the grassy plains above. He appears on the opposite side of the wooden door, or perhaps it could be a different door than the one he originally entered. Seeing as the bulk of this episode's content comes from Paul speaking, I'm going to read his dialogue to you from verbatim. Once reaching the surface, Paul says, "So, if you remember what I was trying to explain yesterday and failed to explain, I'm just going to demonstrate that to you now. Here we go." Here, Paul is apparently referring to a conversation he and the friend he is making these recordings for had off video, as we were not there to witness him attempting and failing to explain what he is about to show us. Paul then walks over to a black object that we can see is a camera, pointing forward. Paul begins to explain how and why he found this. "So, I found this yesterday, and the way I understand this is, so we're upstairs right now. You just saw me walk up some stairs. So if you were to imagine what would be exactly below where I'm standing right now, and it worked out. It's roughly the area where you have the big screen with the windmill. And so this I think is a camera. After showcasing the camera, Paul walks in the direction it is facing to come to an area where there isn't a windmill, but instead a floor-looking placeholder. Paul says, "If I walk in this direction, this is roughly where the windmill would be. Why there isn't actually a windmill here, I don't know. Looks sort of like a placeholder for it. But yeah, I think my understanding is correct. It's just I'm missing something." Okay, that's it. So we know we are exactly above the area with the talking object, the viewing screen, and the windmill. But here, there is very obviously no windmill and a camera facing in its direction for some reason. The episode ends, and we are given no further elaboration on this. Perhaps the most interesting part of the episode is while Paul is talking, a figure appears at the edge of the top right screen. It is a blink and you'll miss it scenario, but for just a moment, a figure emerges from the shadows and quickly melts back into them. Watch the top right corner of this clip, and if you have a keen eye, you should catch it. We don't know what this means or who this could be, but here is a possibility. The note from last episode talked about children who felt as though nobody loved them wandering the Newmaker plane. Could this area that Paul is in be the Newmaker plane, and that figure be meant to represent a lost and loveless child? We have no proof, but it is a thought. And that's it, actually. Petscop 4 really didn't give me much content to work with, so to save this video from being pointlessly short, let's go over a recap of everything we've learned about the Petscop story so far. This will simply be an explanation of the story, so if you're looking for the evidence backing what I'm saying, please go and watch Unraveling Petscop 1 through 3 on my channel. The playlist is linked in the description should you want to catch up or refresh on all of the evidence pointers that I've gone over. But for now, here's what we currently know about the Petscop storyline as of the end of Petscop 4. A young man named Paul has come into possession of a PlayStation 1 game called Petscop. It is unclear how exactly he found it, but the game appears to be unique. Paul creates a YouTube channel in order to upload recordings of his gameplay of this mysterious game so a friend of his can see it. This said friend is currently away from home, but should return next month, and Paul hopes the discovery of this game will make them more enthusiastic about their return. Petscop was developed by a company named Garalina in 1997. The game on the surface revolves around catching pets in a world known as the Gift Plane. However, the game came with a note that included a strange message about someone becoming a shadow monster man, and a code for somebody to enter into the game that changes the game entirely. Upon entering the code, Paul enters a shadowy realm that appears to be telling a dark tale about two kids named Michael Hammond and Care. Care is a young girl that is potentially being mentally abused by an adult at school and felt she needed to run away because nobody loves her. Interestingly, she is not growing eyebrows, which has caught the attention of someone married to a woman named Tiara. Tiara seems to know Care and be insightful on how children can be mentally scarred. Michael, on the other hand, is a young boy that somehow died at the age of 7. It is possible but not confirmed that he is Care's brother. And behind everything, there is someone who is writing these notes in the game, and is most likely the same person who attached the note that Paul found onto the game. It appears that the game and the notes were meant for someone to see, and based off of the dialogue in game, seems very likely that that person is whoever Tiara's husband is. The official timeline goes as follows. Mike is born in 1988 and dies in 1995. Petscop is created in 1997, and 20 years later in 2017, Paul discovers it and begins recording his videos. The whole Care arc has to have happened before the creation of the game in 1997, but beyond that, we don't have any official dates.
So here we are at Petscop 5. This episode is rather interesting as it pretty much entirely takes place in a singular room, but it still manages to offer some really interesting clues in our investigation of the story. As expected at this point, the thumbnail time for the video is much longer than the actual runtime. This time we are initially presented with a time of 39 minutes and 23 seconds, but upon entering the video, we see that it's actually just about 7.5 minutes long. I'm going to save the description until I'm done describing the episode, as it will make more sense in context to what happens. We start with Paul standing in the room with the papers hung to the walls that appear to be children's drawings of the talking object in blue. Paul walks into the room with the red talking object, and the screen that views out to the windmill. Paul informs the viewers that he previously spent a lot of time asking various questions to the object off video, and that he's going to show us some of the responses to those questions now. He says that for most questions, the object either says nothing or replies with the default answer of I don't know. Paul then opens up the questions menu and proceeds to type in, "Who is Tiara?" Whilst doing this, Paul notes that the capitalization does not affect the result the object gives the player. Once Paul enters the question, the object responds with the floating red words, "Petscop Kid, very smart." Paul then types, "Who am I?" to which he receives, "Newmaker." The next question he inputs is, "Where am I?" to which the object says, "Under the Newmaker plane." The fourth question Paul prepares to ask is, "Who are you?" but the object turns pink before he types anything. Paul is puzzled and says that this did not happen to him last time he was using the object. He proceeds with inputting, "Who are you?" and the now pink object takes a long moment before replying. When it does, pink words float around it, spelling out the ominous phrase of "Turn off PlayStation" in all capital letters. Paul is confused by this, as he says this is not what the object told him last time he asked the "Who are you?" question. After a moment's thought, Paul simply asks, "Why?" There's another lengthy pause, and the object finally responds with, "Marvin picks up tool, hurts me when PlayStation on." Paul prepares to ask a follow-up question, but the object promptly switches back to its classic red color before he gets the chance to. Paul decides to ask, "Who are you?" again, to see if the object responds with something different, now that it is no longer pink. He inputs the phrase to receive the answer of tool, along with a picture of itself. Paul says that this is the answer he got the first time he asked the question. Paul says that he plans on waiting for it to turn pink again, and his character glitches briefly. He decides to end the video and the screen cuts to black. Interestingly, the video picks up again right after, and Paul stays silent. He approaches the tool and types in, "Remember being born," to which the tool says, "I'm not Tiara." Then the video actually ends. Now, the description, which I said that I'd get to, is just the list of questions that Paul asked the tool and what answers he received from them. It includes a lengthy section of questions to which the answer was, "I don't know," and then all of the real Q's and A's. The most interesting part of the description is the top, where it says, "Hey folks, I guess this is for all of you now." This signifies that Paul is now aware that his videos have picked up traction on YouTube, and that there are far more people watching now than just his friend who he originally intended the recordings for. As far as we know, this is the first time Paul has directly addressed us, the viewers. The entire episode was just a conversation between Paul and the tool, so let's break down everything that we can. First, and most obvious, is that the red object can now officially be called the tool, as it explicitly identified itself when Paul asked, "Who are you?" It called Tiara, who we know from the note in Care's room from episode 3, was a Petscop kid, which I'm not exactly sure what that means, and it also called her smart, which we kind of gathered from previous episodes, as she's apparently insightful on how young people can be mentally damaged. Interestingly, when Paul asked, "Remember being born?" it responded with, "I'm not Tiara," which once again links Tiara to the concept of being born and rebirthing. If you remember in episode 3, Tiara was the character with the purple-colored dialogue in the note that said young people can be psychologically damaged beyond rebirthing. And there was a note written in the Quitter's room, written in the same shade of purple, asking, "Remember being born?" This interaction with the tool is strengthening the connection between Tiara and these themes. But what exactly does it mean? Why does the question of "remember being born" immediately trigger the tool to bring up Tiara? I don't think we yet have a solid answer on everything about Tiara's character, but it is worth pointing out that the real girl, Candace Newmaker, who was the little girl that got killed during a rebirthing session that we talked about in episode 3, had a middle name that was originally Tiara. Whatever all this means, Tiara is definitely an important character to the Petscop story, with all the emphasis that is being put on her in the last few episodes. We also get confirmation on the name of the shadowy plane in this episode. When Paul asks, "Where am I?" the tool responds with, "Under the Newmaker plane." Seeing as the tool room is in a complex that takes place descending a staircase from the shadowy plane to get to, we can definitely say that the plane of the endless grassy textures and the enveloping shadows is called the Newmaker plane, and obviously call this place Under the Newmaker plane. And in relation to this topic, when Paul asks, "Who am I?" the tool gives a one-word answer, Newmaker. This is interesting, as we've determined from the dialogue and the notes from earlier episodes, and the note that Paul claims is attached to the game, this whole experience seems to be made for someone in particular to see. Whoever this person is must be who the tool considers Newmaker, if that is the programmed response. I speculated in episode 3 that the game was made for Tiara's husband, as some of the notes seem to be directly targeted towards him. So, is he who the tool considers Newmaker? We know that the word Newmaker obviously implies connection to the real-world event of the death of Candace Newmaker, so is there any meaning we can derive from that knowledge? It is hard to tell, but seeing as Newmaker was Candace's adopted name, and her adoptive mother's actual real name, perhaps it is implying that whatever player of the game this message is intended to is more like the adoptive mother than the child. And now let's talk about the most puzzling instance, when the tool turned pink. While the tool was pink, it didn't answer Paul's question at all, but instead very eerily commands him to turn off the PlayStation. Its reason for this is that someone named Marvin picks up the tool and hurts it when the PlayStation is on. After this brief instance, the tool reverts back to red and behaves normally again. So what just happened here? It certainly seems like the tool momentarily broke the confines of its programming to communicate personally with the player. It gives off a feeling like the tool is possessed by a conscious entity for a moment. We can't be sure this is the case, but if we were, that would mean that the game has more things making decisions than just Paul. Perhaps this game is haunted, or perhaps there's an AI embedded in it. We could throw around any kind of crazy theories all day, but for the moment we can't actually give a solid answer on the anomaly we just witnessed. It is very possible that the tool is actually behaving as it was coded by Carolina, as everything else in this game has been strange. But I can't help but think of all of the things that happen on their own, with seemingly no trigger from the player. The musical notes playing, the wooden door opening, the mere avatar breaking pattern, that figure appearing and retreating back into the darkness from last episode, and now, the tool changing color and telling the player to turn off the console because it's being hurt by someone while it's on. This all just really gives me the feeling that something else is at play here. Furthermore, in episode 3, we determine that each character has a color associated with them to keep track of their dialogue. For instance, Kara is yellowish-orange, Tiara is purple, and her husband is green. The tool's dialogue has been red, but was pink when it broke form. Perhaps this is an introduction to a new character whose color association is pink. But theories about the nature of this event aside, let's bring up the new character that the pink tool explicitly mentioned, Marvin. Now, to preface the next bit, I'm going to say that at the moment, I believe that Marvin is Tiara's husband. There are a few reasons for this. One, the note in episode 3 seemed to be making Tiara's husband an antagonist, and the tool is also painting this Marvin character in a bad light. Also, the pink tool said that Marvin picks up tool and hurts me when PlayStation on, and we saw miniature versions of the tool in both Kara's and Mike's rooms in episode 2. We know that Marvin is involved with both these children, as he's potentially mentally abusing Kara at school and plucking Mike's eyebrows out with a pair of tweezers found on his bedside table. Seeing as there is a miniature version of the tool in each of the kids' rooms, and the pink tool claims that Marvin is hurting it with the tool, I think we can somewhat successfully link Marvin to Tiara's husband. So, for now, I am running with the assumption that Tiara's husband, the character with the color association of green, is Marvin, who is hurting this pink entity in the tool. With all that being said, if Petscop was made for Marvin to see, then the tool is calling him Newmaker. This would make sense if it was connecting him to Candace's adoptive mother, who mistreated Candace and further hurt her mentally, as we are already theorizing that Marvin is the one mentally tormenting Kara at school and was potentially subjecting Mike to some sort of abuse before his death. If this is true, then maybe Marvin was also responsible for Mike's death in some way, seeing as Candace's mother's insistence on her taking to therapy is what led to her untimely demise. There's a lot of ifs and heavy speculation in that, so keep in mind, I do admit that everything that I'm theorizing about is subject to change as new information is presented to me in future Petscop videos. At the moment, it seems like the story is about 4 main players: Care, Michael, Tiara, and Marvin. Care and Mike are falling into the role of the victims, while this mysterious Marvin seems to be shaping up to be our villain. Tiara's true role to the story is still somewhat up in the air, but at the very least she is a smart woman who is married to Marvin and knows care in some capacity. There are other important characters too, like who the creator of the game is and how he's connected to all of this. Who exactly is Paul's friend and what is their stake in all this will be, that pink entity in the tool, and we really don't know much about Paul himself at all. There's also the possibility of an internal entity within the game as well. Welcome to the 6th installment of Unraveling Petscop. Last week, we took a quick break to cover the My Ordinary Life song, and I believe I'll make a pattern of covering a different topic than Petscop every couple of weeks, seeing as that one easily gets the most views I've had on my channel. Thanks for helping me get my first video that surpasses 1,000 views, by the way. But enough talking about sob stories of mentally tormented celebrities, let's get back to discussing children suffering at the hands of evil adults. That didn't come out right. I mean, let's get into the family-friendly PlayStation 1 game that may or may not be possessed. Well, you know what I mean. Let's get back into Petscop. Episode 6 begins with the windmill we've seen in a picture frame and through a viewing glass turning in the Newmaker plane. Dark and ominous sounds playing in the background. 2 hours and 39 minutes pass by. A shadowy figure appears on screen and walks behind the windmill. The windmill had roughly stopped spinning and begins turning in the other direction. Previously, it had been turning to the right, but now it is turning towards the left. The shadow figure comes to the front of the windmill. The screen then cuts to a pink screen with a black circle and a pink dot in the middle. The screen cuts to black and then shows us the shadowy figure once again. This time he begins spelling words out of children's building blocks. He quickly spells out, "Where is my house?" Note that he misspelled it and corrected it. A greenhouse then appears behind the first row of blocks. A black rake and a shovel appear and spin in a circle as the blocks and house disappear. A lamp briefly slides across the screen as this is happening. The shadow figure spells a new sentence, this time saying, "Where is the school?" A gift box can be seen as this is happening. When the word school is finished, a red bird suddenly takes the place of the present. A brick building is then built around the bird. The building is quickly taken down, but the red bird remains, and the blocks spell out, "I will follow." The screen swivels to the right and blacks out, soon returning to the windmill, which is still turning left. 1 hour and 24 minutes pass by. The windmill then disappears, leaving only the placeholder. It should be noted that a rumbling noise is heard throughout most of this, and Paul's not seen, suggesting that it was some kind of cutscene. The screen cuts to black and fades into Paul standing in the tool room. Paul begins to talk for the first time and says that he went through a 4-hour video to find when the windmill changed direction and came across that cutscene. Paul finds his way up to the Newmaker plane and approaches the camera he visited in episode 4, except it is now red and more sunken into the ground. Paul notes that he has found it this way before, but doesn't exactly know why. It is around this time that the rumbling noise picks up again. Paul comes to the area and finds the "I will follow" block message, along with the red bird. When Paul walks into the bird, he catches it, which is the first time we've actually seen something caught in a while. We find that this pet is Toneth, which is the one that was missing from the gift plane back in episode 1. As a fair warning, Toneth's description is probably the weirdest thing we've seen in this series, at least since the note in Kare's room. It goes as follows. Enter a description here. A bird. I think I forgot what birds look like. Funny stupid blob monster, says Mike. That's what it is. Painter. Painting puzzle. Catch Randus first? Has broken leg for some reason. I already hung him on a wall, too late to take it back. It makes me think about the dog, actually. Because when the car hit him, I thought, at least it will be over soon. He survived it, and I was the only one who still wanted to put him down. A dog is an innocent. When that dog wags its tail and it appears it's happy, it's not real. I guess it's over then. And then it literally says the name Toneth 17 times. The end. It's Yoki outside. Obviously, I'll have something to say about that in a minute. Paul navigates to another page in the pause screen where there are silhouettes of what look like small people. Based on Paul's dialogue here, it seems that this screen may not have been accessible until you enter the code. Paul also briefly notes that the book of baby names is inaccessible when you click on it. Paul verbally wonders about a few of the things we've just seen, and the screen cuts to black and fades into Paul back in the tool room. He inputs the question, "Where is my house?" and gets the response of, "You'll never go home." Paul then inputs, "Where is the school?" and the tool responds with, "You can't go back in time." The video cuts to Paul standing in the grave room. Paul launches into a monologue about his thoughts on what he's seen in the game, and seeing as he has a lot to say, I'll just play it here.
This game is trying very hard to make it seem like there's an entity in it. Like a ghost or an AI trying to communicate with me. It's interesting, but the way you know that there's a ghost in a game trying to communicate with you is if it comes out, if it stops being distant, and it comes out and you can have a real-time back and forth with it. And it stops being so one way. Like I leave my PlayStation and it comes out and does this whole pre-recorded thing. And well, the closest thing that's happened to that is last video. It actually answers my questions, but it only responded to 2 of my questions, and the first question I asked, I didn't even answer that question. So no obvious interactivity happening. And it answered the second question, but that could have been a coincidence. Yeah. So not entirely convincing yet. But I'm looking forward to what I might see next. It's very interesting, this game, because you can walk around and something will just happen. Because I created a new file, and I tried to be scientific about it. I went and did all the same things that I did this time, and the same things did not happen. None of the things happened. None of the oddities occurred. Like the thing in the mirror room, for example. So there's a bit of randomness in it, and it's interesting how it doesn't seem to really care if you see everything, I guess. Yeah, so it's interesting.
The video then ends. As always, there's a lot of weird stuff going on, so let's look at it with a closer lens. First thing to address is this mysterious shadow figure we saw. I'm immediately reminded of the Shadow Monster Man from the note that was attached to the game, so this guy here could be connected to that somehow. The windmill is presented in its foreboding fashion once again, and we visibly watch it disappear, which, if you remember in Petscop 4, it wasn't there when Paul went to find it. Furthermore, that whole event happened in a cutscene after Paul apparently left the game running for over 4 hours. This is another instance of Petscop acting on its own, after running for a length of time. Unlike the typical occurrences, there wasn't a musical tone that played, but there was a quiet rumbling that undertoned most of the event, very similar to the rumbling we hear when the rooms are changing in the canvas room. What's interesting is the house and the school and the Shadow Monster Man was looking for look to be the same as the ones we've seen previously in the paintings hanging on the walls of that lengthy corridor under the Newmaker plane. We've already established that the school has a dark energy like the windmill due to the similar foreboding music that played when Paul viewed it. Also, something that happened at Kara's school was what caused her to come out crying into her hands and proclaiming that no one loves me, as seen in the note in her room. The school the Shadow Man is referring to is most likely the same school that the note is talking about, which tempts me to wonder if this could be the avatar for Marvin, although I don't have enough evidence yet. Something interesting, though, is I believe this cutscene is meant to be a viewing of a recording from the camera pointing towards the empty windmill placeholder that Paul had encountered in Petscop 4. The angles would match up as we're looking straight on at the windmill, and you'll notice the screen swivels to the new scene when the Shadow Man approaches us, as though he's getting closer to and turning the camera around. Additionally, the camera is red and sunken into the ground when Paul looks at it, and Paul remarks that it is about the height of the shadow guy, so it makes sense. This would suggest that the camera was being used, so I think it is reasonable to assume that this cutscene we got was a viewing through the lens of that camera. What's weird is Paul mentions finding it like this for seemingly no reason in the past, which is yet another example of Petscop acting on its own and possibly suggesting active entities within the game. One thing I have to admit that I don't know what the heck I'm looking at is the pink screen that briefly happened just before the shadow guy spelled out his message with the blocks. The only thing I really have to say is that the black portion looks like a disc, which, well, since it's a PlayStation 1 game, would make sense that the game would be a disc, but that doesn't really tell us anything. But while we are on the topic of pink, I did have an interesting thought while reviewing the past few episodes. Last time we saw the tool turn pink and start interacting with Paul differently than I had previously done. The strangeness of this event led me to speculate that the tool could have been possessed by some sort of conscious entity, but I didn't really have anything substantial to back it up besides the occurrence itself. However, I did make an interesting connection which I think is worth looking into. If you've watched my prior episodes, you'll know that I've talked about how the major characters have a color association. For instance, Tiara's name appears purple, and so does her dialogue, and Kara's name is yellow, and so is her dialogue. Obviously, the tool's dialogue is pink while it is in its pink form, and I realize we have previously seen a character's name written in pink. Mike Hammond, the dead kid from the gravestone in Petscop 2. The tool shade is a bit sharper and brighter, but both colors are definitely pink. I think you can guess what I really want to conclude now. The staple of video game horror, that the game is haunted, and that Mike's soul or something is trapped inside the game. It would work with the timeline. Mike died in 1995, just before Petscop was copyrighted, and if you remember, the description to the entire channel says that recordings have the power to raise the dead, which everything that we have seen have happened in Petscop recordings. Also, I've been speculating that Marvin was abusing Mike somehow, like plucking out his eyebrows, and the pink tool complained that Marvin hurts it when the PlayStation is on. So, Mike's name was pink, and so was the tool, and its dialogue, and Marvin was potentially hurting Mike, and the tool also claims to be hurt by Marvin. I would like more hard evidence it's true, but it seems like connections are trying to be made, and I feel the best about the color matching, as that is a device the series has already used to link the characters and dialogue. If this were to be true, though, that would mean we're spiraling down a supernatural rabbit hole fast, as we've just stepped from a video game telling a real story to a game possessed by a dead child's spirit. Additionally, if this is possible, are there other entities within the game as well? Is Marvin also in the game? Is the Shadow Guy a soul as well? All of these implications are what make me hesitant to say for certain that this pink entity is Mike, but I do want to put it down as certainly a possibility. Now, to get to something possibly even weirder, Toneth's description. First of all, yay, we finally found Toneth. If you remember, he was missing from the gift plane back in episode 1, and he was actually Randus's, the pet flower. He was that one guy's missing friend. Toneth only appeared after the school building was taken down, so maybe that's supposed to mean that Toneth and the school are connected somehow, but I'm not sure. The highlight of this part, though, is the incredibly lengthy and borderline nonsensical description that Toneth has. Honestly, I can't make out anything substantial from it, and I'm wondering if we're going to have to reverse unravel it as we get more information and connections in future episodes. I wondered for a little bit if the broken leg segment had something to do with the girl that appeared limping from the darkness from the note in Kara's room, but the description uses male pronouns for Toneth, so I doubt that's anything. For some reason, the description tells us that Mike says funny stupid blob monster, so it's cool that we get the first official bit of dialogue from Mike, but, like, what is the context of a sentence? Why does the first sentence say, I forgot what birds look like, and who is even supposed to be saying that? I assume the painter part is about Toneth, suggesting that he's a painter, but that seems like an obvious assumption. And of course, there's a grim segment about a dog getting hit by a car and the writer wanting to put it down, which was randomly brought up after talking about how Toneth has a broken leg and was hung on a wall. I tried to research if hung him on a wall was like an expression of some kind, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So I think we're supposed to take it literally. And of course, it ends with Toneth's name spammed 17 times, and a closing sentence of it's Yuki outside. I looked up Yuki to see if it's an actual word, and apparently it's a name, but all I could find is what the name means. And I don't think that any of that actually has to do with Petscop, as it is used as an adjective here and, like, not a name. So, yeah, really weird description. I hope I can give more answers on what all of it means in a future video, because right now I'm honestly pretty confused about all of it. Immediately after this, we see a pet screen with silhouettes of the A, B, and NLM forms of care, which suggests that Paul can somehow catch her, although he failed to do so in Petscop 2. The episode ends with Paul talking with the tool once again, asking, "Where is my house and where is my school?" as we saw that the Shadow Man wanted to know at the beginning. The tool answers with, "You'll never go home, and you can't go back in time," respectively, which is certainly the most ominous answers it's given yet. If we are still assuming that this part of the game is made for Marvin to see, and the tool is answering the questions based on that, then that attributes to the fact that the Shadow Man could be Marvin, as it was looking for a house and school, and the tool has answers ready for those questions with the word "my" in them. So to recap the major takeaways, it's possible that Mike Hammond is the pink entity in the tool, and that the Shadow Man is meant to be Marvin. Mike's soul may or may not be trapped inside the game, and I'm not sure if the Shadow/Marvin is a coded part of the game, or maybe another entity like the pink tool/Mike. Even Paul noted that the game seems at the very least to be trying to seem like there's a ghost in it, or even an AI as he suggested. Welcome to episode 7 of Unraveling Petscop. This one is a pretty good one. Some more weird Quitter's Room stuff, some more pink tool action, and a few more interactions with the canvas in the kids' rooms. So, let's get right into it. The episode begins with Paul standing in the Quitter's Room, the one with the reverse side and the mirror avatar with the white face that appears. Paul stands around for a bit, and we can hear pages rustling from his end. A tune starts playing, and Paul quickly rushes over to the barrier to see what's going on. Interestingly, the mirror avatar does not greet him like it previously did when he approaches the barrier. The tunes continued to play for a bit, and when they stopped, the mirror avatar finally showed up. The room then seemingly works as normally again. Paul clicks on the note that says, "Remember being born, but backwards." And this time, in addition to the purple words, there is pink and glitchy words saying, "Come here." Paul knows exactly what it's trying to communicate with him, and makes his way to the tool room, the tool being pink as we've seen it once before. The words floating around it say, "I love you, Newmaker. Please show Marvin where his house is." Paul quickly types in, "Who are you?" hoping for an answer, and the tool says, "Go there and he'll follow. His daughter is there." At this moment, Paul speaks the sentence that perfectly sums up the entire series.
It's interesting, but it is not an answer to my question. Not at all.
Paul decides to also ask, "Remember being born?" to which the pink tool says, "Also wants 1,000 pieces for machine beyond school stairway." The video cuts to Paul standing in front of the building with the canvas that allows access to the children's rooms that match the corresponding face that Paul inputs into the canvas. Paul clicks on the revolving window and attempts to submit a pet into the slot, but he is blocked by a message saying, "Child Library accepts people." Paul hastily clicks through the pen pet, and I had to slow down the video and pause it just to catch Pen's description. It reads, "Pen is an aspiring mathematician. She's entirely deaf. She doesn't even know what sound is, let alone music. I don't know what she's doing here." The video cuts again, and Paul's now standing inside what we now know is called the Child Library. Paul informs us that he's trying faces with different features. For instance, this room he used Mike's face without eyebrows. This room does have a child on the bed and some objects on the table, but it appears to be a completely normal room. Paul tries another combination on the canvas, this time Kara's face with the addition of eyebrows. The room is very purple and has a child sitting on the bed. The table has something that is really weird though. A stack of blocks with the letters CRE, and then a black box censoring whatever was sitting on it. Paul also seems surprised by whatever he's seeing on the table, but wonders if this is just something that would put in any room, and maybe wasn't exactly specific to Kara with eyebrows. The video then abruptly ends, and we are met with a black screen and white words simply saying, "We've had to cover something with a black box. Right now, we can't say why. Some other things we're expecting to censor in the future. A big present with a sticker on it, something on a wall, and written on a chalkboard." The video then ends. First thing to point out is there was another instance of the game behaving strangely while musical tones play. This has been a recurring theme throughout the few videos we've seen, and probably has some significance, although at this point we don't know what. The pink entity in the tool is back, whom I speculated could possibly be Mike in some capacity. It refers to us as Newmaker again, and asks us to show Marvin where his house is, which is important since it reveals to us who Marvin is. Remember in last episode there was that shadow man who used the blocks in a cutscene and to ask, "Where is my house?" This most definitely means that the shadow man and Marvin are one and the same. The pink tool also talks about needing 1,000 pieces for a machine beyond the school stairway. Immediately I'd like to point out the presence of a stairway, linking it back to the note from the beginning talking about turning right after a stairway and becoming a shadow monster man, just like the form we saw Marvin in. Furthermore, Marvin even asked where the school was last episode, so if I had to guess, I might say this is our fabled stairway. I speculate the 1,000 pieces Marvin needs has to do with the points that Paul is collecting whilst playing through the game, and I guess that once Paul gets to 1,000, he'll have to do something with the machine, whatever the machine is. It's also interesting that this time Paul was actively summoned by the tool, more specifically the pink entity that resides within it. Paul was in the quitter's room, but it still somehow communicated with him to get him to come down to the tool room. I think this is another event pointing towards the pink entity possessing a conscience of some kind. The next interesting thing is another pet description, this time for Pen, who Paul caught at that giant piano back in the gift plane in episode 1. Pen is apparently entirely deaf, and it specifically points out that she doesn't know what music is. Like I stated a little bit ago, music seems to hold some importance in this game, as something off happens whenever the tunes begin to play. Pen being deaf, however, actually follows something of a pattern, with all of these pets being disabled in some way. Amber was listed as being too heavy, Tonith has a broken leg, and now Pen is deaf. If we're still going by my initial interpretation of these pets representing children or orphaned kids, this might go along with why these pets haven't found a home, because selfish people wouldn't want them due to their complications. We even see that the child library won't accept them when Paul tries to submit Pen into it. I guess that Paul is going to have to catch Care, more specifically Care NLM that we saw crying in that shed in the grave room, and then we'll put her here, in which will result in something happening. When Paul is experimenting with the canvas, nothing notable seems to happen with the Mike without eyebrows face, but the Care with eyebrows room yields something very strange. Something on the table that warranted being censored out with a black box. We get next to no clues about what it is. Paul does seem a little weirded out by it, judging based off the tone of his voice, but it can't be too outlandish because he wonders whether or not it's something that the game would put in any room, or if it is in fact specific to Care with eyebrows. Afterward, we get a screen informing us that they've had to censor this object, and plan to censor a list of things in the future. This is really interesting. The words "we" here imply that there are more people than just Paul on uploading these videos, if people other than him are deciding to censor things. Furthermore, they must have seen more recordings of the game than we have, if they already know what is going to be censored in the future. I don't know what this means for Paul, or the possible future and past of the Petscop game, but it would be interesting if more people than just Paul are getting involved in this now. Something I would like to point out. Last episode, Tona's description mentioned him getting hung on a wall, and the screen says they're going to have to censor something that is hung on a wall in the future. Not sure if it's connected or not, but just throwing that out there. And that's pretty much it for this episode. The major things are that we now know that the Shadow Man is Marvin, and that more people are running this channel than just Paul. Marvin also apparently has a daughter, according to the pink tool, and I'm wondering now if that might be Care. As we know from the note in Petscop 3, Tiara and Marvin are married, and Tiara is connected to Care in some way. It would be reasonable to assume that perhaps Care is his daughter. If this is the case, then we have a tiny family tree starting, which is important in stories like these. I would like to start this episode by apologizing for the delay. I try to upload once a week, but last weekend got really busy. That being said, Petscop 8 ended up being really short after all that, and I didn't want to upload a super short video, so I decided to combine 8 and 9. And to foreshadow, 9 ended up being really interesting. That being said, let's get into it. Episode 8 begins with Paul standing next to a roadway under the Newmaker plane. He observes cars speeding down it, an orange and a blue vehicle whizzing past. Paul goes to stand in the road, but the cars stop coming, and it's kind of funny that Paul's first instinct upon seeing the cars is to attempt getting run over. Eventually, the cars stop coming, and an avatar that looks very similar to Paul's structure, but with a green head, emerges from the tunnel. Paul decides to follow the avatar down the corridor in the section with the pictures. The green-headed avatar pointedly circles the picture of the house and the school, before continuing ahead and eventually running continuously into the left wall, despite nothing being there. This goes on for a bit before the avatar heads back upward and disappears. Paul looks for him for a short duration, but ultimately doesn't find him again. The video cuts to Paul standing alone in the area where the avatar had been running into the left wall, and it appears as though he is talking on the phone with someone. The conversation has some interesting implications, but first I want to make it clear that the green-headed avatar is definitely Marvin. If you compare the shape of the Shadow Man, whom we determined to be Marvin, and the shape of this avatar, specifically the head, it is clear they are one and the same. Also, Mr. Greenhead here circles the pictures of the house and school, which we have been able to link to Marvin in past episodes. That being said, the Marvin sprite walks very carefully and precisely through the Petscop map until he reaches that area with the wall, in which he keeps walking left into nothing. This may suggest that the game has changed, and there used to be a hallway or another staircase there, or something, and Paul's aforementioned conversation pretty much confirms this. To me, it seems like that he's talking on the phone, due to the way he talks, and the fact that we can't hear the other person in the recording. Have a listen.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not here now. There's not even a passageway or anything. Can you remember when you saw this? Well, it could have changed between then and 2004. After 2004, my mom had it reportedly. Well, okay. Thanks.
It seems Paul is talking to someone who has played this game before, and it seems that person is saying that there used to be something where Marvin was trying to go. We also get to add another date into our official timeline, as Paul says that his mother was in possession of this game after 2004. So, apparently, sometime from whenever this game was first made, it has changed. I'm not currently sure what significance this holds, besides the fact that the game has been updated, and not all of the NPCs are on the same page about that. I'm tempted to wonder if Paul was talking to the friend that he's making these videos for, but he did say that he was making these videos to prove that he had found this game, and it just feels weird to me that Paul would have to prove the existence of the game to someone who had played it before. So at the moment, I would say he's talking to some other person here. And that's pretty much the entirety of episode 8. This feels like, to me, an episode where its contents may make more sense later. Right now, some of it just seems like random information, like the cars going down the roadway, the game being updated, and Paul's mom being in possession of the game after 2004. At the moment, it may seem like that this information is not vital to our story, but it is very possible that it will be when more comes to light. And that's why we have to keep track of every little detail in a series like this. One of the best things we've gathered is concrete confirmation on the fact that Marvin and the Shadow Man are one and the same. This will conclude our discussion on episode 8, and now we'll move on to episode 9, which I have to say is one of my favorites so far. Episode 9 begins with the Petscop title screen staying still, with apparently no one playing the game. Eventually, the game loads itself into a demo mode, as you can see is plastered to the top of the screen. This is a feature that old title screens used to have, where if the game was left running on the start screen, it would eventually start to show examples of the gameplay. The retro Mario games especially come to mind when thinking of this. That being said, we have to enter this next part with the mindset that this is previously recorded gameplay that the game is drawing from, and therefore it is not Paul playing. After the game loads in, it shows a playable avatar walking into Evencare through the doorway that was blocked by a locked blue door when Paul tried to open it back in episode 1. We see the player go to the treadmill room and walk on the treadmill. And this scene is really interesting, but I'll get to that after the general synopsis of this episode. The demo soon stops and the game transitions into Paul's save file. Paul visits Kara's shed, and on his way down the stairs, he forces the avatar right, and we see it turn completely black. In other words, he descended a staircase, took the right, and became a shadow monster man, which you'll remember we've talked about in previous episodes. Paul begins experimenting with another staircase, finds that the same thing does not happen on that one, and soon wanders the Newmaker plane to get to the red camera facing where the windmill used to be. Except this time, the windmill is actually there. Paul is audibly surprised and walks behind the windmill to go inside of it. Inside we see what looks like to be a girl spinning around on the gears, next to a face portrait and a mini white version of the tool. When Paul clicks on the white tool, it floats into the air and goes towards the girl, before the whole screen goes black and Paul earns exactly 50 points. When the screen fades in again, the girl is gone. Paul walks back into the front of the windmill, and the video cuts to Paul standing in the child library. He inputs the face that we saw inside the windmill into the canvas and receives the message of, "You found her. You may visit her room." When Paul enters the gray room, he is presented with an empty bed and a table that contains a mini red tool and a mini windmill. Interesting, we see what looks like to be a clone of Paul's character standing in front of a note pinned to the back wall. The clone walks out of the room towards the right, and Paul clicks on the note, which reads, "You must have guessed, but I was looking through your things. I found that picture of you from 1977, standing in front of an old windmill with your friend. You went there, and it was a bad idea. Your friend and the windmill both disappeared into thin air. Her sister was holding the camera. She took another picture minutes later. Just you, no windmill, and no friend. You married her sister, and years later, your friend was reborn as your daughter. Your wife won't admit this is true, but I know it because I found the evidence. Your friend never returned with you, and the windmill was gone. I went to see it myself. Where is it? What did you do? Rainer Newmaker." Paul makes his way to the passage to the right, and the clone disappeared into, and finds himself in a dark and shadowy path lined with the handheld windmills. He makes his way to an opening into a room that contains two presents and what looks to be a birthday cake. To the back of the rooms is a picture of a bench with a slice of cake and a yellow handheld windmill on it. Paul opens the first present, which gives him a green key that floats above his head and follows him wherever he goes. The second present has a sticker on it, and when Paul opens that one up, it is censored by a black box. The only thing we can see is some red points escaping the censorship. The video cuts out, then shows Paul exploring the area, and he finds a hidden passage to the left that leads to a third present. Upon opening this one, the entire screen is swallowed up in it, and the screen goes black. During this duration, a choir can be heard, which I'll play here. Suddenly, Paul is back in the Newmaker plane, standing in front of a brick building with the door open. A strange symbol is displayed on a white block to the top of the doorway. When Paul walks inside the door, he brought back to Even Care into a room that we haven't seen before. Paul walks down a hallway and emerges into the first room in Even Care, from the doorway that was previously blocked by a blue door. Paul casually walks to the treadmill room and sets the number to -1. The whole game then freezes. The video cuts to Paul standing in the grave room, and he enters Kara's shed. When he walks into her this time, he successfully catches her. Another white block with a second weird symbol can be seen in the background. Paul presses the menu, which reads, "You're in the other place too." Paul navigates to Kara and Alem's pet slot and clicks on it to read her description. Her description says, Kara and Alem escaped from the school's basement and wandered the Newmaker plane for days. To catch her, you had to lie, but it may not be a lie forever. You're the Newmaker. You can turn Kara and Alem into Kara A and close the loop. Paul walks towards the white cube and the whole screen goes black. It picks back up with Paul standing outside of the child library, and he deposits Kara and Alem into the revolving window. This action triggers a message that says, "You've decided to leave Kara and Alem. If you change your mind within 6 months, you can take Kara and Alem back." What month is it anyway? What year is it? The revolving window swivels shut. The next scene shows Paul entering Kara's room, where she's actually on the bed this time. Paul catches her again, and the video ends. So, yeah, a lot to unpack. Right at the beginning, we have that demo sequence, which is something we haven't seen before. In this demo, we see the playable avatar walk on the treadmill, strangely stopping when it reached 3, then eventually finishing it off to 0. Something about this felt all too familiar to me, and after thinking for a while, I finally figured out what it was. This sequence coincides perfectly from when Paul plucked the flower petals off the daisy back in Petscop 2. The subtitles are what clenched it for me. The sound effect for each turn of the treadmill says pluck, just as the flower petals did. When Paul was plucking the daisy, he stopped at 3 petals to visit Kara's room, and whoever's running on the treadmill also stopped when the treadmill number reached 3. The amount of time that they wait on the treadmill before continuing also matches with the amount of time that Paul was away from the daisy. To confirm this, I played them side by side, and they match perfectly. Take a look. This has to hold some significance. The demo sign on the more recent video implies that it is not Paul playing the game that time, but it's way too weird and specific for it to be a coincidence between them. I can't give a solid link for this. Obviously it's tempting to theorize about time loops, but there isn't any basis for that yet. The next thing to talk about is when Paul goes to shadow form. This is done by going to the right whilst descending the staircase into Kara's shed. This is an obvious parallel to the note that came with the game that said, I walked downstairs, and when I got to the bottom, instead of proceeding, I turned to the right and became a shadow monster man. I've pointed out multiple instances that relate back to this sentence across the series, but this is by far the most direct. What's more is that the game is different when played in this form. As I said earlier, the windmill is now present in the Newmaker plane in all its foreboding glory. Furthermore, it can be entered into, and we get a weird scene inside. This perhaps can be given more context when Paul enters in the face that was presented into the canvas in the child library. We can see right now that the face, like Kara's, completely lacks eyebrows. Her room is also similar to Kara in that of the color scheme and the note on the back wall. One prevalent question about this room is, why there is a clone of Paul's avatar in it? I pondered this for a while, and it led me to realize that this scene might reflect something we read in the note in Kara's room. A part of that note says, when you find her room, the passage to my right will lead to her. Well, the message we get when entering the face of the girl from the windmill is you found her, and there's a passage to the right of the clone that leads to a new area. I think this could be what the line from Petscop 3 is referencing, as this room had to be found and then there was a passage leading to the right. As for the contents of the note, it tells a mysterious story about the windmill. According to the note, which I think can be assumed is written to Marvin based on the context of everything else in the game, Marvin lost a friend at the windmill in 1977, and as a result of whatever happened, the windmill completely disappeared along with the friend. This predates everything else we've seen so far, and this event becomes the new beginning of our timeline. Afterward, Marvin married his friend's sister, whom we know must be Tiara, using the information, once again, from the note in Kara's room. The big question here is, what happened at that windmill? There's nothing that explicitly tells us, but whatever it was happened quickly. The note says there were 2 pictures taken just a few minutes apart, one with Marvin and his friend and the windmill, then one with just Marvin, so whatever went down happened in just a matter of minutes. But perhaps the strangest part of all, the note claims that Marvin's friend was reborn as his daughter. I think we can assume that his daughter was born from his wife Tiara, who refuses to admit this. Now, I might write this off as Marvin's own insanity, which leads him to believe his friend is reborn, except for the fact that the writer of this note, and presumably the developer of this game, believes that he's seen evidence to prove it. This means that there's enough evidence that Marvin's friend was reincarnated as his daughter for someone else to believe it. In all honesty, that means the story just took a supernatural twist. But remember, that's only if the game developer is a reliable narrator. I think we can also give the game's developer a name now. The note is addressed as Rainer Newmaker, and if we're assuming that the notes were written by the creator of the game, then we can call him Rainer from here on out. The fact that he's labeled himself as a Newmaker is interesting, as that's what the tool kept referring to the player as, and is also the infamous name attached to the tragedy of Candace Newmaker, which I detailed in episode 3. I've already been speculating that Care and Marvin are related, and I think this note clenches that she is his daughter. The face of the friend that disappeared with the windmill didn't have eyebrows, and neither did Care's. I think this is why Marvin was excited to hear the news that Care wasn't growing eyebrows, because this is when he started to believe that Care was his friend reborn. It could also explain why tweezers were in Mike's room. I already theorized that they were being used to pluck Mike's eyebrows out, and this episode may have confirmed that. Perhaps Marvin has been trying to make out other children to be his long-lost friend, and was plucking their eyebrows out in an attempt to see if they could be. The note from Care's room also has a line where it says, "I have a guess at which child you'll pick next," implying that Marvin has done whatever he's doing to these children before. If I am correct, this could be our villain Marvin's motive and backstory. So far, Petscop's story seems to be shaping up to be a story about Marvin and his family, and whatever happened at the windmill seems to be the catalyst event for everything. Moving on, when Paul enters the area to the right of that room, he finds himself on a pathway that is lined with handheld windmills. Seeing as this is attached to the room of the girl that disappeared at a windmill, this is pretty symbolic. In the room, Paul attains a key, which I assume can be used for something later in the game, and the contents of the other present is censored from us. We were actually told this would be the case back in Petscop 7, the ending screen telling us that something inside a present with a sticker on it would be censored, and you can see the sticker right there. Unfortunately, besides the rotating red edges that escape the box, we have no way of knowing for sure what was inside at the moment. There's a cake in the center of the room missing a slice, and that slice is actually on a bench in a picture on the back wall next to a yellow handheld windmill. The whole room is reminiscent of a birthday party with cake and presents, which parallels to the fact that we're exploring an area adjacent to the room of a girl that was supposedly reborn as Care. The theme of the being reborn has actually been brought up multiple times in the Petscop series now, with Tiara talking about rebirthing and the Quitter's Room and Candace Newmaker illusions directly referencing rebirthing tactics. The yellow handheld windmill could also be showing that Care is the reincarnated version of this girl by being yellow, which we know to be Care's color. Paul leaves this room by getting swallowed up by that empty present, and we hear the ominous choir for a while, after which we get our first look at a block with a symbol on it. I will be honest, I do not yet know the meaning of these symbols besides their presence in the background of even Care as well. As you can see here, the current background of the level matches that block in the brick building, although only temporarily. We also see Paul walk through the door that the character did in the demo, being the door that was previously blocked by a blue door back in the first Petscop video. That would mean the pathway technically connects the gift plane and the Newmaker plane beyond just entering the code in Ronith's room. Paul goes to the treadmill and sets it to -1. That may seem random, but keep it in mind, it is potentially connecting a later event. Next we see Paul back in the Newmaker plane, once again entering Care's shed, and this time successfully catching her. In the background we see another block and symbol, which, once again, not sure what this is all about yet, but these symbols are in both planes of this game. When Paul goes to read Care NLM's description, you'll see that the pause menu says, "You're in the other place too." Remember that as we go forward. One line of Care's description says that to catch her you had to lie, but it may not be a lie forever. Now, if I am correct, this is where the treadmill, the pause screen message, and Care's description all come together. The lie that the description is talking about I believe to be convincing Care NLM that you love her. If you remember, the daisy petals getting plucked, which look very similar to the game of They Love Me and They Love Me Not, ended on They Love Me Not for poor Care. From the demo bit at the beginning of this episode, we see that the treadmill and the flower are connected. The flower is in the Newmaker plane, whilst the treadmill is in the gift plane. And I think the pause screen message of "you're in the other place too" is wrapping all this in to say that the planes are connected, or rather, what you do in one plane can affect the other. Paul set the treadmill to -1, which, if done with the flower, the game would have ended up on "they love me." And there is the lie that was used to catch Care, that she is actually loved. You'll also notice that Care NLM's description ends with talk about closing a loop. It says to do this, you have to turn Care NLM into Care A, which is the happy version, and you can do this because you are the Newmaker. What I believe this is saying is that you had the chance to actually love Care NLM and nurse her back to Care A. As for what loop you are closing, perhaps it is referencing a generational curse where there's a never-ending loop of suffering children due to the parents messing up their children, the children then being messed up and therefore messing up their children, and so on. However, this is just speculation, and I'm also considering if it has something to do with the game itself, due to the fact that it appears a different player was perfectly synced with Paul, and maybe there is some similar loop of gameplay affecting all of the players that are playing this game. I would also like to point out that if Care really is Marvin's friend back from the dead, that could kind of be a loop in itself. In any case, Paul just shoves Care into the child library. This could be reflecting the real-world events of Candace Newmaker, whose adoptive mother tried to fix her instead of just giving the broken child the love she needed. The end of the message that appears when Paul does this specifically asks what year and month it is. This could be due to the fact that the game was made back in 1997, and the creator wanted to rhetorically ask the current player at what time in the future they are playing, but it could also mean that whatever year and month these events are happening are important to the story. Obviously, Paul is playing and uploading this in 2017, but I mean the actual story and events that are happening to Care. We don't have many actual dates beyond the windmill incident, Mike's birth and death, the creation of Petscop, and then Paul's recordings, so maybe there's a way to figure out a more specific time frame for the other events. The video ends with Paul just walking into Care's room and catching her again, which, yeah, apparently he's just changed his mind about leaving her at the child library. Man, that was a pretty packed episode. I feel like we've got some of the most answers, connections, and parallels in the entire series from just this episode alone. As you can tell, there's a lot going on at this point, and it becomes hard to keep track of it all. I have notes upon notes in the series already, and I'm only 9 episodes in. It's honestly pretty genius, and is one of the coolest forms of storytelling I've ever seen. That being said, I hope the way I'm explaining it all isn't too hard to follow, as I'm trying to balance keeping the video flowing at a steady pace, whilst also providing all the information and connections that go into unraveling the story. The next episode is considerably shorter than this one, so I'm going to treat it as another checkpoint of sorts where I take a step back to go over the timeline and overall story. So, Petscop 10 is another really short episode, so at the end I'm going to do another recap of what the story is so far. In the past 10 episodes, we've made some really interesting discoveries, so watch to the end to see them all put together. This episode begins with Paul walking through the doorway into Care that is connected to Marvin's friend's room. Paul makes his way to Amber's room, which was the pet in the shape of a ball that Paul had to move around the gates of her cage in order to catch. The right gate is still open from this process, and the left gate is closed. Paul walks over to the lever that controls the right gate and closes it before opening it up again. He then walks over to the left gate and opens that one as well. Paul walks back along the hallway with the white signs, but the blue door that is normally open swings shut as he approaches it. Paul goes to walk back to Amber's room, but the music abruptly stops and the game freezes. The next thing we see is the Petscop start screen, presumably because Paul restarted the game after the crash. The game reads the memory card for a few moments before presenting Paul with his save files. There are 3 slots, each filled. One labeled Paul, which is probably his main save, one called Test, which is probably the file he was referring to a few episodes back, when he had said that he made another file and none of the oddities had occurred, and then a backup file of the Paul save. The Paul file and the backup file are both labeled with Panic SV, which could possibly stand for Panic Save, although I'm not sure, and the phrase Possible Corruption. This makes sense, as we know Paul entered that cheat code of sorts on day 1, and has been doing weird exploits, so to speak, that affect both planes. When Paul gets back into the game, he's returned to the room with the present, but the game quickly cuts to Paul returning to Amber's room. The video then shows Paul walking down the grassy corridor under the Newmaker plane, and comes to a hole in the wall. If you remember, a few episodes ago, Paul tried to walk into this hole, but was not able to. I speculate this is directly correlated to what Paul did with the gates in Amber's room. Last episode, we established that both the Newmaker plane and the gift plane are connected, and can be altered by specific actions at the opposite plane. What this new passage leads to is the other side of the Quitter's room, the unreversed side that the mirror avatar was previously on. There's another one of those white blocks on the bed, with another strange symbol that corresponds with the symbols in the background of Even Care. The mirror avatar is still present, just on the reverse side this time, and the note is written in the correct direction. The video soon cuts to Paul going into the tool room, where he asks the red tool a couple of similar questions. What month is it, and what year is it? In last episode, that was what the message from the child library asked, which is why Paul's now asking the tool. The tool responds with the exact same thing for both questions, a red calendar image with no date on it. After these two answers being incredibly unhelpful, Paul asks what I think to be a very important question. Where was the windmill? Now, one would think the tool might be able to help us out on this one, and, maybe it did, but we would have no way of knowing that because there is a giant black box censoring its answer. Tell you what, these censorings are getting supremely annoying. Feels like they are very purposely targeting important information to keep hidden from us, which is, well, annoying. But anyways, that's pretty much the end of this episode. I feel like not a lot of information was presented in that one. Like, it was reaffirming what we knew about the planes being connected to one another, and it did show that the files are corrupted, but besides what we get another cryptic image on a white cube and a giant black box obscuring what we really want to know, there isn't much else. Not to mention the tool's sassy responses to our date questions by giving us a blank calendar. Alright, so as a checkpoint for our 10th episode, I want to recap what I believe to be the story that is being told thus far. I won't be presenting all of the evidence for every claim I make because I've done all that in episodes prior, so if you want to see how I got to the conclusions that I've come to, just go back to the Unraveling Petscop playlist and you can get all of the in-depth explanations in those videos. I also won't be covering the real-world illusions and themes that are present in the Petscop series, but just the meat of the actual lore and story. But, once again, for the more detailed analysis of every detail, please check back to my prior videos. And remember, we are only 10 episodes in, so there is plenty of chance that I currently have something wrong, or will have a new theory later based on new evidence, as this is just my current understanding. But with all that being said, here's what I believe to be the Petscop story as of episode 10. The year is 1977. A young man named Marvin decides to take his two best friends to an old windmill, a girl named Tiara and her sister. Tiara brings along a camera and snaps a picture of Marvin and her sister standing in front of the windmill. Marvin has an attachment to this girl, and could possibly even be in love with her. But tragedy was about to strike. Something bad happened at that windmill, which resulted in completely disappearing along with Marvin's friend. Tiara, not knowing what else to do, takes another picture of Marvin standing there at the windmill, where it once was, and his friend now missing. Marvin is devastated by this, and in an attempt to feel close to his missing friend, turns to the one person who was most like her sister, Tiara. The two elope as a result of this shared tragedy and get married. Years go by, and Marvin's mind continues on a downward spiral. He wants to get his friend back somehow, and perhaps he's a big believer in reincarnation, or perhaps he knows something about what happened at that windmill that we don't. But Marvin believes his friend could be reborn. He turns to young children, using the connections he has at a school, and manipulates them into following him into the basement, where he tries to discover if they could be his friend. He eventually even does this to his own children. Mike is born in 1988, and Marvin, in an attempt to see if his own son is his friend reborn, uses tweezers to pluck out his eyebrows to see what his face looks like without them. Having no eyebrows was a recognizable trait of his long-lost friend, so maybe if he took them away from these kids, he could see if they could be her. During this time, Marvin had another child named Care, and yet another tragedy struck him as his son Mike died at the age of 7. But amongst this, with all of this frenzy to get his beloved girl back, just imagine Marvin's excitement when he hears about a development with his daughter Care. His wife Tiara informs him that Care is not growing eyebrows at all. Marvin acts coy at first, but is inwardly very excited. This was finally it. His friend was finally reborn as his daughter. Tiara isn't so sure and refuses to admit aloud that Care could be the rebirth of her sister, but Marvin immediately begins to reaffirm this, taking Care to the school basement as he had done with the children before. Whatever happens here scars Care greatly, and she manages to escape and run away, crying into her hands that nobody loves her. Meanwhile, there is someone who is connected to this family somehow, and his name is Rainer. He is disgusted by what Marvin has been doing and goes through his things while investigating him. He finds the 2 photos that Tiara took all those years ago, along with the supposed evidence that links Care to being Tiara's sister reborn. Rainer is a techie kind of guy, and in his anger against Marvin for what he has been doing to these innocent children, he uses his knowledge to create a video game to call out his crimes. Rainer develops under the company name of Carolina and copyrights his new game, which he calls Petscop, in 1997. He writes a note along with it, meant for Marvin to see, that gives away a code he hid in the game that would turn it from its cheery exterior to a dark and ominous game detailing the history and sins of Marvin. Perhaps Rainer's endgame was getting a confession out of Marvin, or perhaps it was an attempt to figure out the truth of what was really going on. Or maybe Rainer knows even more secrets that have yet to be discovered in this game. In any case, the game is completed enough to run on a PlayStation 1 console, and ends up in the possession of a woman around 2004. This woman is a mother to a young man named Paul, who eventually stumbles into this game. Paul is a friend who he begins to describe the game to, but the friend doesn't quite believe him, so Paul begins to upload recordings of his gameplay on YouTube to prove the game's existence in the year of 2017. Paul inputs the code that was written on the note and begins to unearth the game's dark secrets, and the history of Marvin and his family. Paul begins to garner a relatively large interest in his videos, and whoever he is working with sees it fit to begin censoring certain parts of the game for unknown reasons. During this time, Paul also begins communication with someone who has apparently also played the game before, but remembers it a little bit differently from what Paul is seeing now. This means the game has been updated or changed since its original creation, and combined with the cryptic demo sequences and an apparent entity trying to communicate with Paul from within the game, it is clear the mystery of Petscop runs far deeper than Paul could have expected. And that's my understanding of the story so far. Like I said, I'm not completely sure on everything. I could be wrong, as new evidence is found, and I did take a couple of small liberties, like assuming some of the person's motives, some of their emotional states, such as Marvel being emotionally attached to his missing friend and possibly in love with her, and I am assuming without hard evidence that Mike and Care are siblings, but I think it makes sense based off what we know from Candace Newmaker's family, which is heavily paralleled to Care. Obviously there's still a lot to figure out, and chief among our current questions are, what exactly happened at that windmill? Is Care actually Marvin's friend reborn? What is the significance of the game changing, and what is the significance of part of the demo sequence matching up perfectly with part of Paul's gameplay? And finally, is there actually a ghost or entity inside of this game? Hopefully, all of these questions can be answered as we continue, so subscribe if you want to catch future installments. Oh, and just as I was closing out the video, there was something else that I thought of. There seems to be some sort of pattern of 20 years, because if you think about it, the windmill incident happened in 1977, and then Petscop was created, or at least copyrighted, in 1997, which is 20 years later, and Paul begins uploading his first videos in 2017. Each of these major events in the story is separated by exactly 20 years. So, yeah, that's just food for thought. Hello, everyone. Before this video actually starts, I just wanted to correct an error of mine that a couple of commenters very politely pointed out to me. The colors associated with Tiara and Marvin's wife are not the same, and by what we know so far means they are not the same person. When I first watched the episode that both their names appeared in, I thought they were both purple, but as it would turn out, Tiara's is much more light purple, while Marvin's wife is more of a bluish color. Thankfully, this does not screw up my current narrative that much, besides the fact that I now have an extra character that is separate from Marvin's wife, and that's the one who's a sister to the missing friend. Just to say one more time to make it clear, Tiara and Marvin's wife are not the same person, and props to the commenters for kindly pointing that out to me, as who knows how far I would have gone with that assumption that they were one and the same before I realized my error. Anyway, on to this episode, which I think proves to be one of the most important so far. The episode begins with Paul wandering the Newmaker plane, very obviously talking to a specific someone, probably this friend he keeps speaking to throughout the series. Here we learn that Paul has found that the game is connected to him somehow through this friend of his. He claims to have found his room, which is what really sealed this realization for him. Now, the only place where I can imagine he found his room is in the child library, and I have a guess at which room it was. We can write off the first 2 rooms Paul visited easily, as he said himself they didn't seem to have any significance. 2 more rooms that can be crossed off because they belong to other people are Mike's and Care's, which leaves only the rooms that existed when he inputted the face of Mike without eyebrows and Care with eyebrows. I think if a room that we've seen were to be Paul's, it would have to be the one of Care with eyebrows, as that was the only one with a censored object, and if you listen to Paul's voice, he sounds audibly more shocked whilst exploring this room than the others. I would like to make it clear that I'm not married to that idea, as we already know that Paul has done stuff off screen that us viewers do not get to see, so finding his room very well could have been an event that happened while he wasn't recording. I just thought he acted very strange when viewing the Care with Eyebrows room. So Paul has now seen his room in the game, which means whoever's behind it must know him in some capacity. Paul also mentions that it makes sense, especially considering where he found the game in the first place, which if you remember his mother was in possession of the game after 2004, I assume Paul found it somewhere around his immediate family. During this monologue, he also wonders when was the last time he saw any of you, which must be referring to his friend and their family. He recalls it must have been 1999 when he was a very small kid. During all this, Paul is walking in a zigzag-like pattern through the expanding grass of the Newmaker plane, and he explains that he has made a drawing, and it seems as though the drawing relates to some walking pattern he is trying to accomplish in order to find something. He eventually stops to walk in a square, which triggers a gray typing screen much like the ones that you get to ask to the tool. Paul says that he is supposed to pass on this one and keeps going. I have to admit I'm not sure where he found that he has to do this specific pattern, but he is fairly certain that it's going to yield favorable results. Paul eventually comes to a tire on a gray stand sticking out of the ground. Circling this triggers another question screen to which Paul asks, "Where is the house?" The tire begins spinning in a certain direction, and Paul follows that direction and comes to a road. On the road, he finds a sign, and upon clicking it, he is presented with the message of, "This is a frozen house, captured 3 times exactly as it was." Going forward, Paul comes to a greenhouse, looking like the one on the picture frame from earlier, meaning it must be Marvin's home. Upon clicking on the closed door, the green key that has been floating around Paul's head for some time disappears, and then a message box says that the key still works. However, it tells Paul that he still can't open the door, which parallels to earlier instances where the game has told Paul that he doesn't know how to open doors. Paul calls this another joke about he can't open doors, which suggests he thinks these are possibly directed towards him personally. The video cuts out to a strange scene of Paul walking back and forth across the road and talking about going clockwise and how he gets confused about his right and left every now and then. At first I was like, what the heck is he talking about? But then I realized he was meaning when you rotate something. For instance, when you're turning something, the top is going to the right, but the bottom is going to the left, if you're tightening it, and vice versa if you're loosening it. So Paul, for some reason, is going on about rotating something. At this point, the door is now open, and Paul enters the house. There are shifting scenes of people doing different things in this house, such as being at the kitchen sink or sitting on the sofa. There's a Christmas tree with gift boxes beneath it, suggesting that it's around Christmas time in this house. Suddenly, a text box appears containing the bluish-purple text, meaning this is Marvin's wife speaking. She asks, "Where have you been? Why have you been gone for such a long time?" The text box disappears briefly before coming back, with her asking, "Is this a present? Who is it for?" The speech disappears once again as Paul arrives at 2 calendars, one gray and one green. The green displays dates filled in with green, which start out as a checkerboard but get progressively more spaced out as the years go by. The gray one doesn't have any of this coloring at all. Paul seems to realize something here, and I believe what the green calendar is showing is Marvin's custody over Care. We know that Marvin and his wife disagree on Care's status of being his friend reborn, and we know that Marvin has been doing questionable things to children at his school. And he eventually takes Care to this ominous school basement as well. We also know that green is very much Marvin's color, as displayed time and again throughout this series. It is not unreasonable to assume that Marvin and his wife got divorced over his increasing insanity, and the green days representing the days Marvin is in custody of Care, which progressively dwindle to less and less until it's only weekends. Strangely, the 5th of June to the 10th of November is solid green. At this point, Paul begins talking about how he does not remember ever even meeting this girl, the girl in question being Care, and that this friend of his has said that they are exactly the same age. He also says that he doesn't ever remember of hearing about anyone going missing either, and although he was a kid, he still feels like he would have remembered hearing about this, especially since this game is connected to his family in some capacity. Also, the 25th of each calendar is bobbing around, specifically making that date stand out. The most obvious thing to assume is that it is the 25th in this house, but there are 2 calendars from 2 different years, which is odd. The sign outside did say that the house was captured 3 times just as it was, so perhaps 2 of these times are presented right now, and there is another version of the house waiting to be seen. The month of February in the gray calendar has 29 days, which means it must be a leap year, but that doesn't suggest an exact date. Going further though, the 29th is on a Tuesday, which, specifically for the month of February and leap years, has most recently happened in 1972 and 2000. Seeing as the house has children in it, and I don't think Marvin would have had kids before 1980, I think it is most reasonable to say that the gray calendar is the year 2000. What's weird about this is that the game was copyrighted in 1997, which was before the year 2000, but the only feasible date for the gray calendar seems to be the year 2000. On that note, Christmas Day is on a Thursday in the green calendar, and the closest year to the events happening around Marvin and his family on that Christmas was a Thursday of 1997, which was the year that Petscop was copyrighted by Carolina. Seeing as we were specifically asked what year and month it was at the child library, I think that keeping track of the dates is important, and from my findings here, I'd conclude that the green calendar is the year of 1997, and the gray calendar is the year of 2000. With that decided, that probably means whatever Marvin did to Care at the school happened in 97. Back to the topic of the solid green chunk, Paul says that when it started, Care went missing, and when it ended, that's when she was found. Given my belief that the green days represent Marvin's custody of Care, this probably means that Marvin kidnapped her and had her during the months that the calendar was in green. Again, from the 5th of June to the 10th of November. It should be mentioned that Paul says he agrees that there's a resemblance between him and Care, which could imply that they're related, but once again, Paul doesn't have any memory of anyone going missing, and one would think he'd remember an event as big as that if it happened within his own family. Also, something I would like to mention, and I didn't think of it earlier, I said it was kind of weird that the gray calendar was year 2000, if we're assuming that the game was done production in 1997, when it was copyrighted. But as we saw a few episodes ago, the game is different from how it used to be, with that passage that no longer exists, and Paul explicitly says it could have been changed between then and 2004. So it is actually definitely possible that the game could depict events happening post-1997 if it is capable of changing like that. After the viewing of the calendars, a text box appears, seemingly at random, of someone asking to use the bathroom. The text is white, so unfortunately I thought there was no way to determine exactly who it was, although I will say every time Rainer has left a note to be seen, the text has been in white. But since white is a default text color against a dark surface, I don't want to say that Rainer's color association is white, but it is something to keep in the back of your mind. Marvin's wife answers with, "Of course," and the bathroom door swings open. When Paul enters, we get a strange animation of the camera zooming in on the blank television rapidly twice, while happy music plays. When Paul's in the bathroom, we are met with a green mirror and a ramp leading into the bathtub, along with another symbol white box above the tub. As per usual, the video cuts to black when Paul approaches the box. At this point, we see the Petscop start screen for a moment before it fades into another demo sequence. The camera faces the road for a while before traveling down it. The time on this clock is 3, and the second hand is placed at the 30-second mark. It makes its way to complete minute, but then the demo goes black before returning with the second hand having gone another 15 seconds. Eventually we arrive at a wall of stone with a reddish rectangle thing in the middle, which the screen zooms completely up to before switching scenes. A few things to point out about this sequence is that the subtitles call the background music driving, meaning we are probably supposed to be following the view of a car going down the road, and the subtitles also call the noise before the camera started moving a crash, which suggests a car crash of some kind, or perhaps a car hitting someone. I would like to point out that Tona's description mentioned someone getting hit by a car. Given the structure of that sentence in Tona's description, I kind of thought it meant the dog got hit by a car, but I suppose it could be a person as well. The demo recording then shows the playable avatar and the Marvin sprite standing in front of a bench. A Player 2 plug-in icon appears on the screen, prompting a second controller to be plugged in order to communicate. The Marvin sprite, or I guess a playable avatar as well now, moves around and uses a combination of controller buttons to say, "Hello, Paul." Notice he misspelled the name Paul using 2 L's instead of a U. Paul replies by saying hello, but misspelling hello as hell on the first try. I don't want to get all WandaVision Mephisto on you guys, so I'm going to ignore this fact for now, as well as the fact that the white square in the bathroom had a shape that looked like an H on it, and the passage that the car is heading towards was red. But in response to this, Marvin runs around and says, "Haha, funny." Then the two of them run inside a brick building that looks just like the school. What's great about this episode is that both Marvin's house and the school have been teased for a long time, and we actually get to visit both in this one. And I gotta be honest, the atmosphere of the school is just filled with dread. The ambient music and the red haze everything is set in makes it really uncomfortable to view. Not to mention the strange camera behaviors and the unnatural POV shifts and position. There's also a turquoise or green version of the tool that occasionally floats around the avatar. Before I forget, I'd also like to say that since the Marvin guy is calling the player Paul, although misspelled, I think we can assume that what we are seeing here is a recording of Paul from some earlier date that wasn't explicitly uploaded by him, hence why there is none of his usual commentary. We know this is a recording of a recording as well, since the demo sticker flickers on the top of the screen. More about who is really in control of the channel at the end, as the description for this video was finally relevant. So Paul navigates this terrifying school building, passing an ascending staircase and rows of green lockers. There is also a few doors, most of which closed, and I think we all know by now that Paul can't open doors. Eventually, the screen seems to force stop, and the tool thing does a little dance across the screen. If I had to guess, I'd say it might be guiding him, as Paul seems to turn in the direction that it rests on screen, and it does eventually circle him when he is looking at a locker with a padlock on it. Paul approaches the padlock and clicks on it. After turning it, it rejects the combination. The tool then steps in to help, guiding him on which direction to turn the padlock, or possibly turning the padlock itself. This might parallel to a few minutes ago when Paul was talking about rotating something to the right and left. The video goes dark and returns to Paul entering the bathroom. Now, this part is really weird to me, because Paul repeats the exact same thing he said the first time he entered the bathroom, as though it was the first time he said it, and this is clearly a different time because the bathroom looks different. There is no longer a ramp to the bathtub, and there is no longer a white block above it. Paul mentions that he remembers seeing it that way, once again suggesting he had just previously visited it, but he acted as though it was his first time when he entered the bathroom just a few seconds ago. Whatever is happening here, when Paul exits the bathroom, the house is different as well. The tree is no longer there, only the green calendar is on the wall, and there's a bucket in the middle of the floor. There's a corkboard on the wall, there's no longer any people, and there's a really weird looking thing on some table. The door leading further into the house is also open now. Paul clicks on a note pinned to the corkboard that is clearly written by Marvin's wife, saying that her husband might come over after 6 p.m. Please stay overnight if you can. Thank you so much, with a little flower stamp. So clearly Marvin is unwelcome in the house at this point, as his wife wants someone staying over in case he comes. According to the remaining calendar on the wall, it is the 5th of June, which is the day that Care would get kidnapped by Marvin. I don't know what to say about that weird thing on the mini table. I literally have no clue. Here's a closer look at it. If this looks like anything at all, let me know in the comments. Paul goes through the door that is now open to enter Care's room, where we see Care A, the happy version of Care, sitting on the bed. There's a clock in the top left corner which reads 6:10, and seeing as Marvin might be coming after 6, Care could be in trouble any minute now. There's an air conditioner above the bed and a box of crayons on the dresser, which parallels to the fact that we saw crayons in Care's shed in the grave room. After running around in an attempt to catch Care, Paul goes back outside the house. Paul inspects the window with the air conditioner outside of Care's room for a second before going back inside. It is about 6:14 when Paul gets back into Care's room. Paul enters the open door into the hallway beyond the room, and the door slams shut on him. I'd also like to note, before I forget, that some instrument is playing the C note throughout this entire sequence. At just around 6:15, Marvin bursts in through the window, knocking the air conditioner to the floor and running away with Care. This completely confirms the speculation of Marvin kidnapping her from the calendars, and after he exits the room, a weird machine noise is heard. Literally, the subtitles just say, sound of machine. I don't know if this is connected to that machine that Marvin needs 1,000 pieces for, as mentioned by the pink tool, or not. A text box appears saying that Care has left the room, like the one we saw way back in episode 2 in that office area. Suddenly, everything resets, and the door opens to let Paul walk back in. Everything's acting as normal again, at least in Care's room. But when Paul enters the main room of the house, the Marvin sprite dashes in from the hallway that leads towards the bathroom, then runs up into the living room and into a room with a door that closes before Paul can follow. Paul visits the bathroom again to see if that's where Marvin came from, but it looks normal. And here's another thought. Paul has been visiting this bathroom a lot, and in the note from Care's room it has a line that says that Marvin was thinking about her in the bathtub. Probably a connection to that somehow. Eventually, Paul goes outside to find that a ladder is now leading to Care's window. When Paul clicks on the ladder, this time he is the one that breaks into the house and catches Care. After this, Paul navigates to the pet slot of the pause menu. On the way, the little section that always has a text blurb says, "I'll come out in a minute. Keep playing." This almost feels like a fourth wall break, and maybe could have something to do with the fact that this game keeps trying to seem like there's some sort of ghost or entity is within it. Paul clicks on the pet profile for Care A to see her description, which reads as follows. When the emergency began, you were all looking for Care A. I told you all we would never find Care A. When Care A goes missing, she goes missing forever. My brother didn't want us to find him because he knew we were all looking for Michael A. I'm back. This is my present for you. I started it in 1996 for Marvin. If you think they're worth any effort, see if you can save Care B or Care NLM. Care B is in the school, of course. F you all, and F me as well. Merry Christmas. Check your bathroom now. And of course, it's signed with Rainer. Alright, so first it talks about Care A going missing forever. I think this has to do with what Tiara said a few episodes ago, that children can be psychologically damaged beyond rebirthing. I think what this note is saying is that this happy Care will be gone forever and replaced with a sadder version of Care like B or NLM after this emergency, which is obviously her getting abducted by her own father. It then begins talking about looking for Michael A, which I can only assume is talking about Michael Hammond, who is the dead kid on the gravestone. Rainer mentions a brother that didn't want them to find him because they were all looking for Michael A, and that happy version of Michael was gone. We still don't know exactly what happened to Michael, but whatever it was, it seemed to prompt people to look for him as well. We do know that he ended up dying, though, 2 whole years before Kara was kidnapped by Marvin. I'm still not 100% sure on Mike's family connection to these people, or Raynor's for that matter, but clearly all these people are connected to one another in some way. Raynor claims that he's back and that this is his present for you, meaning the Petscop game. I'm wondering now, because in that scene from the house, Marvin's wife was saying to someone that they had been gone for a long time, then talked about a present for someone. It might be a stretch, but maybe that was Raynor with the Petscop game. It parallels what was said in this description pretty well, and that scene was either in Christmas of 1997 or 2000 due to the calendars on the walls, both being after Kara's recovered from Marvin and the game was copyrighted. Raynor also says he started the game in 1996 specifically for Marvin, which we've kind of known this whole time, since the game has been very centered around Marvin's past and family, and of course calling him out for his crimes. As for saving Kara B and NLM, Paul caught NLM in that shed a couple of episodes though, although it probably wasn't this particular save file since NLM's slot is empty. And yes, I know he abandoned her at the child library, but we see him catch her from her room again in that episode, so I assume the slot would be, still filled in if that were the same save file. Raynor closes out by dropping a couple of F-bombs towards himself and the whole family, then wishes everyone a Merry Christmas before telling the player to check the bathroom. In the aftermath of this, Paul drops a pretty big clue. He says that he's seen Raynor at a birthday party once, and that he was a part of a bunch of older kids playing video games in the basement. Paul also says he was older than the rest of them, though. So this is pretty big, due to the fact that we now know Paul has literally met the creator of this game. Find it weird that he didn't want to mention this when we first saw Raynor's name a couple episodes back, but maybe that was part of the signs along the way that he ignored that Paul mentioned at the beginning of this video. When Paul exits Kara's room, the machine noise goes off again, and the text box saying Kara left the room appears again. Paul checks the bathroom, and as the note had prompted, but nothing seems to be different. The screen goes black, and we're suddenly back in the demo recording in the school. The player, who I am assuming is still Paul, walks around the school and into an open doorway into a classroom. Inside the classroom is a chalkboard, a desk, and Marvin. I'm assuming that the person controlling the Marvin avatar is Marvin himself, because I feel it would be needlessly confusing if that wasn't the case. Marvin says, "Play music for baby. She will become melody." Suddenly, a purple rotating triangle appears in the middle of the room. When Paul picks it up, words appear at the bottom of the screen, reading, "Play Needles Piano now." I had not heard of a Needles piano, so I had to do some research. It turns out some people have been talking about this, and the closest thing I could get to a consensus on it is that a Needles piano could be a type of voiced piano, and apparently these things are independent of tuning pianos that can be voiced by a series of needle instruments, which changes the quality of sound from the piano to match a specific personality. In this vein of things, a piano needle called an awl looks an awful lot like these tools that we keep seeing. This lines up with the background music on the focus on music that Petscop keeps having in general. Paul just says thanks and begins to play the Needles piano. As Paul begins to play, the subtitles say that he is playing Kara's melody. Also, whilst the music is playing, the chalkboard has white circles and houses appearing with the notes, as purple music notes rise from the instrument. Marvin paces around the room and says lovely as he does this. At a point, it seems Paul messes up as the notes turn red and the subtitles call it an unpleasant melody. At this time, Marvin says that she tripped and fell and is lost. After a few moments, Marvin asks Paul to stop. Paul says sorry, and Marvin replies with, "Tiara plays bad music too. Do it right next time." Paul just says sad, to which Marvin says, "Okay, Paul." The two stand in silence for a moment, and the video ends. Now at the moment, I can only give my general thoughts on this scene. Like, when Marvin tells Paul that the music will make baby become melody, I wonder if it could be connected to the rebirthing theme running heavily throughout this series. We know that both music and rebirth are recurring ideas, and when Paul begins to play the tune, it is called Kara's melody, and we know that Marvin is insistent that Kara is the reborn version of his lost friend. Coming to that point, Marvin mentions a girl tripping and falling and then being lost, and while there's nothing that necessarily tells us who exactly Marvin is talking about, if he is referring to his friend, maybe it's supposed to mean something about what happened to her. When Paul visited the windmill in the Shadow Monster Man form, we saw her spinning around on the gears, so maybe she tripped and fell into the gears, which caused her death? That might be a dumb theory, considering I don't even know if Marvin was talking about her for sure, but whatever, it was a thought I had. I'm also not sure if the circles and house icons appearing on the chalkboard as Paul plays mean anything, but I can't make anything out of them if they do. Now, there's a couple of things I wanted to wait until the end of the episode to bring up. First is the loading screens found throughout this episode and other episodes of the series. Most of them are very dark, and they display different, more detailed looking scenes than what we see in-game. A lot of them are so dark that without brightening them, you can't really see what's going on, but thankfully, people before me have brightened these loading screen images so that they can be better seen. When entering Marvin's house, this image is shown, which I can only guess is some sort of chair in front of a piano. The loading screen that appears prior to the first demo recording of the school looks to be an image of a girl, and when entering the school is the image of Marvin holding the Needles piano. Additionally, when entering the room where Paul plays the Needles piano, a piano with a PS1 controller hanging over it is seen. There doesn't seem to be any major lore dumps in these screens as of yet, but they certainly add to the ambience and perhaps stress important places and objects. On this topic, there are brightened loading screens from previous episodes that yield interesting images as well. For instance, when entering the party room that's connected to Marvin's missing friend, you get a picture of that blue-colored cone or party hat-shaped collectible, which I'm now theorizing to be the pieces that Paul needs to collect for that machine beyond the school stairway that the pink tool was talking about. Speaking of staircases, yet another brightened loading screen reveals what looks to be that said staircase, found when entering or exiting the grave room. If you look carefully, you can even see what looks to be a door to the right of the bottom of the staircase, which fits with the legendary Shadow Monster Man note attached to the game. Another screen is seen just of green grass that's found all over the Newmaker plane, which isn't that significant, and there's also a cool top-down aerial view of the Quitter's Room that's found when going under the Newmaker plane. And to catch us up to date with these darkened loading screens is a really creepy one from the very first episode, when the player initially exits the gift plane and enters the Newmaker plane after entering the code. An off-putting and slightly obscured version of Tiara's head. So yeah, those are all very cool, and I'll make sure to keep up with the brightened versions as we go through the episodes, so we don't miss anything that could potentially be important that's hidden by the darkness. And now, to the last thing to go over in this episode, the video description. The last few videos have been devoid of a description, but this one delivers with some actually important information. It reads as follows. Everything we wish to say is below. The purpose of this YouTube channel is to preserve and display the recordings within the video game Petscop, while keeping some of their content private. They were first given to us as a Christmas gift many years ago. The game had an interesting journey before and after that day. Paul created some additional recordings in 2017 as a way to show Petscop gameplay to his friend. He created this account in order to upload those additional recordings in video format. He later passed ownership of the channel to us, but continued to record himself at our strong suggestion. Though we had issues with the arrangement, these have finally been settled. Please enjoy the recordings in Petscop. We do, with a smiley face. If you watched my prior episodes, you'll know that I thought there were more people in on this channel than just Paul, as soon as the censored objects started showing up along with the screen detailing why. This description confirms that. For some reason, Paul's given ownership of this channel to these people, but due to their strong suggestion, he is continuing to create recordings for them. The phrasing of this section almost seems to imply that Paul is not 100% friendly with these people, and depending on how far you want to take it, perhaps they are actively forcing him to continue to make these uploads. These people could also be behind the demo recordings that are appearing throughout the episodes and the strange editing shenanigans that are preventing us from certain sections of Paul's playthrough. My main question is, if they want certain parts of the game censored, why reveal any of it to the public at all? Their identities and motives seem to be unclear at the moment, but I'm sure more about this group will come to light in future installments. And actually, they mentioned how the game was first given to them as a Christmas present many years ago. We know that one of the calendars had Christmas of year 2000 on it, and there was a definite Christmas setting in the house, and Marvin's wife specifically asked if something was a present. I also mentioned the white text question, which could possibly be Rainer. So maybe Rainer gave this game to Marvin's family as a Christmas present in 2000? We know Paul's mom ended up with it sometime after 2004, which could make sense, seeing as Paul had seen Rainer at a birthday party. Potentially, this means Paul is somehow related by some branch of the family tree to the people this game is telling its story about. Sorry for the super late episode. Things have been busy with school and whatnot, but I promise I'll try to stick to a better upload schedule from now on. Episode 12 is much shorter than 11, but presents us with a new character that will be important going forward. I also intend to go over more thoughts that I still have left over from the last episode. The episode begins in a demo sequence with the playable avatar running around the Quitter's room. During this time, it should be noted that no mirror avatar appears on the other side of the glass, as it normally does when Paul is playing. The video cuts to the player entering the Quitter's room once again, and this time a mirror avatar does appear, except instead of the white face that we usually see, it has a red triangle for a head. I would like to mention that the censored object from the gift box in the party room from Petscop 9 had what looked to be a rotating red triangle behind it, so maybe this is one of those. The clock during the first visit looks to be around 7:55 and remains the same during the second visit. The player exits the room, and when they run into collectibles, their counter starts up from 0, meaning they hadn't collected any at all previously, and suggests that they could have started the save around the Quitter's room area. When whoever's playing exits the Quitter's room and is in the grassy hallway area, the figure with the red triangle head runs at them before disappearing. As the player is navigating the under area of the Newmaker plane, a text box appears out of nowhere saying, "Hi, Belle." Belle is in the same shade of Tiara's name. The text continues to say, "You're free," while a triumphant tune plays. I left these messages for you to look at in case you were ever rescued. So, while you walk around looking for something to do, I'll come up periodically. When the messages run out, I'll be out of your hair, forever and ever. From what we know so far, it stands to reason that these are messages Rainer left specifically for this Belle person, and they will appear at random during her playthrough. So at this point, we know for a fact that it isn't Paul playing, as it instead Belle. While she is exploring the grave room, a message appears saying, "You've apparently been running Petscop non-stop for 553,758,221 seconds, or 153,822 hours. That looks dubious to me. What do you think?" It should be pointed out that this means the game has been running non-stop for 17 and a half years at the time of this recording, whenever it was taken. What's really weird about that is, as I said, the player had no pieces whatsoever at the start of this recording and is only at around 26 when the message says how long the game has been running. This means that Belle has been doing essentially nothing for 17 and a half years despite the game running, or is carefully avoiding most of the collectibles. Or, more likely, perhaps she was trapped in the Quitter's room for this entire time. As she is walking through the Good Grief in a last corridor, another text box appears asking, "Are you still sitting on a chair? Can you still look around the room? Is there still a room?" This segment almost seems like it is trying to suggest that one can be inside the game, like some other subtle details we've covered before, but I don't want to jump to the most extreme assumption right away. But just keep that in the back of your mind, that this game is trying very hard to make it seem like there's an entity or ghost inside of it, as Paul stated a few episodes back. Another box appears while Belle is standing in front of the child library. It reads, "This is the child library. You're not family, so I didn't add your traits to the face system. That means I didn't add your eyes, or your eyebrows, or your nose." Since these boxes are referencing the development of the game, I think this definitely means that it is supposed to be Rainer's dialogue. The video cuts, and when it returns, Belle has 101 pieces collected, meaning that an undisclosed amount of time has passed. Belle navigates up the staircase into the Newmaker plane, and the Marvin sprite is seen. Rainer says, "Don't get lost." Belle then follows Marvin around in the grass. Belle starts walking on her own, and then the video cuts, meaning there could be another passage of time. Rainer pops up again to say, "Happy birthday, Belle." It begins to say "I'm," but the video is cut once again before the text can finish. After this, a new box appears with Rainer saying, "I'm calling you Belle because that's who you are." You might be confused as to what happened. I was overeager before and started calling you Tiara prematurely. I created a space in the menu for you, still unused now. Then I put you inside the machine and played the second movement of Stravinsky's septet on the needles. I played it wrong, but that would have been okay. If you hadn't given up halfway, you would be Tiara. That is not what happened, and now I'm gone. It should be noted that the game goes to the pause screen briefly and there's no quit button, suggesting this was an automatic demo recording that begins from the start screen. There's not a real way to know when exactly this recording would have taken place, but we know that Rainer started development on the game in 1996, copyrighted it in 1997, and most likely gifted it to Marvin's family in 2000. We also know that shortly after 2004, Paul's mother ended up with it, and by 2017, Paul is actively making videos on it. However, for it to be simultaneously true that Paul's mother had it in 2004 and beyond, and for Bell to have been running it for over 17 years, means there must be multiple copies of this game. Also, the number 17.5 years matches great with when Paul started uploading his videos on the YouTube channel. If Bell came into possession of a Petscop game in 2000 along with Marvin's family, and if we're assuming she started running it immediately, we'd be brought to just about present day for Paul. Speaking of Paul and Bell possibly running Petscop at the same time, let's talk about another interesting parallel instance. You'll remember a little bit ago I pointed out that the treadmill and the flower plucking align perfectly with one another. In this episode, we have a scene that matches perfectly with Paul in the quitter's room. Here, take a look. To me, this seems to indicate that Bell's avatar was momentarily forced to mimic the movements of Paul's avatar, as seen by the same inputs in the same amount of time at the note up until Paul approaches the bed, which had the white block for him. At any time Paul gets near one of these white blocks, the video gets cut, and I've also been noticing that the blocks appear in the instances where one location seems to be connected to another, specifically the GIF plane and the Newmaker plane, which also has symbols in the background that correspond to the symbols of the blocks. Well, let's look further into the implications that arise given the fact that Bell is forced to mirror Paul. Bell's Petscop game has been running for over 17 years, so of course her gameplay overlaps with Paul's at a point. This must mean that there is more than one Petscop game, and I suspect there might even be 3. If we're assuming that Bell is a real player, which I think we can given the demo recording, then it would make sense to say Marvin is a real player as well, at least in the instances when the Marvin character is communicating. There are some scenes that look as though the Marvin sprite is computerized, but I do believe that in some capacity, Marvin has been playing this game as well. That would mean there are currently 3 Petscop games that we currently know of, with 3 unique players. On this topic, it seems the players appear differently to one another. You'll notice that Paul's head looks like a red triangle from Bell's screen, but we know he appears as the average avatar head on his. Also, we know that Belle has the white face and hair on Paul's screen, but she appears as the normal avatar on hers. The reason or purpose behind this is unclear, besides being able to easily identify a character. But now, let's talk about who Belle is and how Rainer is involved in this. At the child library, Rainer said that Belle was not family, and that's why her face wasn't in the Canvas traits system. I think this suggests that Rainer is related to Marvin's family, specifically through his wife, as Kara's and Lina's facial features are seen in the system. That being said, Belle is not related to them, but based on the line at the beginning saying that these messages were left for her in case she ever got saved, I think it's possible she was another victim of Marvin. We know Marvin was up to his shady business with other kids prior to Kara, so it is possible she was one of them and was rescued from the school basement or something similar. One question that comes to mind is, how would the game know it was Belle playing, or that she had been freed, especially after just running non-stop for nearly 18 years? I think the messages could also be trying to imply that Rainer could be dead. The phrases of "I'll be out of your hair forever and ever" and "now I'm gone" could support this, but I suppose they don't have to mean death, just absence. But I think it would be good to keep in mind that Rainer could very well be dead at this point in time. Speaking of Rainer, he apparently tried to manually rebirth Belle into Tiara. Tiara is a name that has appeared a couple of times, and the series has been very vague on who exactly she is, but rebirth has been an evident theme throughout Petscop, between the references to Candace Newmaker, who died in a rebirthing session, and Marvin's friend apparently being reborn as his daughter. In this episode, Rainer seems to imply that it can be a forced process, as he apparently put her inside a machine and played the second movement of Stravinsky's septet on the needles. We've heard references to the machine before, as the pink version of the tool said Marvin needed 1,000 pieces for the machine beyond the school stairway, and there were machine sounds playing when Marvin kidnapped Care. Playing music for a baby was also a thing at the end of the last episode. So it appears that this machine is a rebirthing machine that, when used in a ritual involving the playing of music, is supposed to rebirth a given person into someone else. We know that Marvin was trying to make Paul play Care's melody in the school, so perhaps a second movement of Stravinsky's septet is tied to Tiara in some way, and that's why Rainer played it for Belle when he put her in the machine. Among many other questions, why is a big one. Up to this point, Rainer has seemed critical and almost vengeful towards Marvin, so why is he engaging in these rebirthing practices that seem to be tied to Marvin's insanity? Why would Rainer want to rebirth Belle into Tiara anyway? The rebirthing was a failure, as Rainer explicitly says that he both played the music wrong and Belle gave up halfway. Perhaps this is why we see Belle start in the quitter's room. Hear me out. We know this machine requires pieces which I believe to be represented as the currency that is collected all throughout the game. Perhaps the rebirthing of Belle was simulated in the game, using up 1,000 pieces that Belle had collected, but she gave up, so the game put her in the quitter's room with her piece count at 0. That is all highly speculative, of course, so take it lightly. But just imagine how terrifying the thought of this actually put into practice is. If the needles is indeed a voiced piano, as we speculated last episode, then this process consists of putting a child in a machine and playing music. It sounds kind of like a cultist ritual. I'll leave a link to the second movement of Stravinsky's septet in the description. It sounds especially haunting given the context in which it would have been played. People in the comments of the musical video have said that you can sometimes hear the second movement playing in the quitter's room. One thing I'd also like to point out is that the Marvin sprite mimics the movements of the Marvin Paul encountered up until the point where they would have entered the school, in which Marvin just stops on Belle's screen, which leads me to believe this is a computerized Marvin. There is no school up ahead this time, and as well as there's no bench. A lot about this character of Belle is super vague at the moment, and the same goes for Tiara really, but one last thing to address is the odd questioning of whether or not she was still sitting in a chair, or if there was still a room. I can easily see this being interpreted as suggesting that Belle is inside the game, or it is possible to be put inside the game in some capacity, and link it back to the fact that there is room for speculation that Mike could possibly be possessing the tool and be inside the game as well. However, I don't want to commit to that idea based off of so little evidence. I know there's been a lot of little things that could hint towards paranormal stuff going on around this game, but I would like more concrete reasoning before I just decide that there are people trapped inside this game or their souls or whatever. It's totally up for debate, but personally, I think Petscop is more about the players outside of the game than ghosts within it. One could say that the opening message of "you're free" could be referring to the fact that she is free of the quitter's room since she was forced to mimic the movements of Paul from episode 10. But if that were the case, you think she would have been freed from the room earlier when Paul first went in and out back in episode 2. Maybe it only works if Paul does it from the correct side and not the reversed one? But would that mean we're supposed to believe that Belle is just trapped in the quitter's room section of the game for 17 and a half years? Or at least some large portion of time if she were to be put there after the rebirthing machine. We do see her and Paul's character converge on the grassy corridor outside the rooms before she is supposedly in control of her own avatar again, which could be used in support to this idea, but it all feels weird. Some people in the comments of Petscop 12 were saying the 17 years thing parallels to someone involved in the death of Candace Newmaker and was sentenced 17 years in prison, but when researching the validity of this, I found the number 16 for a prison sentence, and the amount of time specified in Petscop is closer to 18 than anything else, so not sure if that's supposed to be parallel or just fans reaching. On the subject of comments, last video I asked for suggestions on what this strange contraption on a table in Marvin's house could be, and a commenter replied with a great suggestion. Twisted Autumn said that it looks like a box speaker wrapped in a bunch of ring pieces chain-linked together, and I think that makes sense visually. It also makes sense given the importance of music and machines in this game. While I'm thanking viewers, I should also give an honorable mention to Donnie Reeds and Casual T for pointing out to me that Tiara's color is different than Marvin's wife's color, meaning they are not the same person. It was cool of them to point it out, especially in such a nice and non-condescending way, as they could have totally roasted me for my apparent inability to discern purple from blue. And Donnie Reeds is also doing a reading of Tapers, which is a story written by the creator of Petscop, so go give her channel a listen if you're interested in that. As for the thoughts I had left over from last episode, I am toying with the idea that Marvin could have been a music teacher. Think about it. He has access to a school, and more specifically, the basement of said school, and obviously has a focus on music. It may be too much of an assumption, but I think the idea that Marvin could have been employed as a music teacher for a school isn't that far-fetched of a theory. I'm also messing around with some theories involving the clocks and the strange emphasis on rotation that's present within Petscop, but I want to flesh them out a bit more before I attempt to articulate the mental chaos this series is giving my brain to you guys. We are now at the halfway point of the Petscop series. We've got a lot left to cover though, so let's keep going. This episode starts out with Paul in the house, moving around the bucket we found at the end of last episode. Eventually, he pushes it out through the door and into the Newmaker plane. You'll notice how the demo sticker is flashing throughout this entire episode, suggesting it was recorded at an unknown previous state, then uploaded to the channel. If this truly is a demo recording, and yet we can still hear Paul talking, that most likely means the video and the audio were recorded separately, or the audio was put over this demo recording. Paul notes that it looks like they've finally made progress and that he now needs to figure out what to do with this bucket. When Paul walks left enough on the road, a miniature blue tool appears and floats beside him. He decides that he's meant to use the bucket to secure the tool somehow, and pushes the bucket onto the road. Upon pushing this bucket far enough left down the road, Paul arrives at a black archway that greatly resembles the pink archway from the gift plane. There is a white block with a symbol on it right next to it, which is a telltale sign that this area is connected to the gift plane or even care in some way. When Paul pushes the bucket through the archway, the tool rises up and then drops into the bucket. Paul brings the bucket, now carrying the tool, back to the house, and once he's inside, a tune plays when he approaches the machine on the mini table. The screen goes black, and Paul is awarded 15 pieces. Most of the machine is missing when the game fades back in. Paul walks around the house aimlessly for a couple of seconds, and then the video cuts out. When the video returns, Paul is in the flower room of Evencare. He says that this is a new save file, so he's on a completely different save. He expresses how he's found that the house and this flower room are counterparts. You'll notice how the symbols in the background match with the symbol on the block in Marvin's bathroom. Paul then moves the bucket into the room above, using the same logic he used at the house. He brings the pink bucket to Ronith's room, which has the same symbol in the background as the block did next to the black archway, and uses the same method he used on the mini blue tool to finally catch him. I'd like to point out, this is the first time we've seen Paul catch Ronith in the entire series. He never could figure it out in episode 1, and the gift plane and Evencare have most like taken a back seat since the discovery of the Newmaker plane. Paul goes to check Ronith's profile, and we get to see its description. It reads, Ronith is Tonith's baby half-brother. Because he's younger, he gets to learn from all of Tonith's mistakes. That's why he always looks both ways. He doesn't get into trouble. You won't have to watch him all the time. He's good. Now, this description is really interesting. The line that sticks out is, that's why he always looks both ways. In the context, he does it presumably as a result of some lesson he learned from his older half-brother. I don't know about you, but to me it insinuates that his older brother blindly went into the road and got hit by a car. Combined with the thoughts I had after episode 11, where there was a car crash sound during the driving animation on the road, I think it is now clear that the series is trying to tell us that someone died by getting hit by a car. At the moment, if I had to guess, I'd say it's Mike. We know he's dead, but we don't know how he died, at least as of yet, and I think that a 7-year-old making the mistake of crossing the road without looking both ways makes sense. I think it's a nice touch that Rona's head is constantly looking both ways. Now, I would like to say, I am doing these episodes in their order of release date on the channel, and I'm kind of going into them and assessing each one as I go. So if there is some information later in the series that, confirms Mike died not by a car crash, that is totally possible, because I'm only on episode 13 that I've deep dived, and I just kind of have fun doing them in order and kind of showing you guys my journey of investigating this web series. So if I say things incorrectly, it's or in the sense that I'm not using as much information as there is available, it's because I'm not using anything, any information beyond the episode we're currently on. So I could very well be completely wrong that Mike was the one who got hit by the car. It's just, as of now, that's my suspicion. That being said, when I am done doing all the episodes by the release order, I will get more into the, theory crafting using all the information available, all building up to my final storyline narrative video about the Petscop series in general. I know I went on a little bit of a side rant there, but back to the analysis. Paul continues to catch the rest of the pets in even care on this new save, and finishes them off with Amber. Upon catching Amber, Paul receives a series of messages on a white rectangle. They read, "Congratulations, you caught every pet in even care, aside from Tonith, who isn't here yet. You have seen everything in the game, so far, but there will obviously be more. It's a growing organism. Your controller inputs will be useful, but your feedback will be even more useful." During this segment, Paul can be heard repeatedly knocking on glass and loudly moving around in his seat. The message continues to say, "Please leave the PlayStation on when you leave. You can stand up now." So, the message acknowledges that Tonith isn't here yet, which we know from episode 6 that he is down in the Newmaker plane. If Tonith, or whatever real kid he is supposed to represent, did die by car crash, perhaps that is why he is there? The message notes that Petscop is a growing organism. Perhaps this is a reference to how it seems to be able to change over the years. In episodes past, we have seen that elements of the game seem to be different than they were in the past, and so perhaps this growing organism line is talking about how the game can evolve and change. Perhaps someone is continuing to update it with these changes. It also says that your controller inputs will be useful. Perhaps this is for some sort of testing thing, and that's probably what the demo recordings are. The controller inputs played by past players replayed on the screen. It closes with asking for the PlayStation to stay on. This sentiment could relate to the fact that Belle, from last episode, had been running her PlayStation non-stop for 17 and a half years. For some reason, someone doesn't want Petscop to ever be turned off. When the message goes away, we hear Paul open a car door. This is strange, as most people don't usually use a PlayStation in a car, but seeing as the subtitles specifically call out the door as a car door, this has to be the case. This means that the glass Paul is knocking on was most likely a car window. The screen remains on for a moment before going black when Paul closes the car door and the episode ends. This ending is yet another instance of the series directing us towards cars, although I suspect Paul's car situation isn't related to Rona's description. The one thing I feel good about from this episode is that someone did indeed get hit by a car in this series, and now I just want to be confident on who exactly that is as we go forward. Like I said, I want to say it's Mike at the moment, but as with a lot of things, I'm not fully sold. I'm glad the game finally acknowledged that it is a growing organism of some kind, as I've been wondering what the instance in Petscop 8 was all about. My best guess at the moment is that someone is updating or changing it from the shadows. Perhaps Raynor still has a hand in it? Or if he really is dead, as possibly alluded to in last episode, maybe someone else is at the reins. I'm not totally sure what to say about Paul being in a car, so I hope that will get elaborated upon in the future, or at least whatever Petscop calls elaboration. Welcome back to another episode of Unraveling Petscop. This one is a big one. It rivals even the 11th episode, so let's get right into it. The episode begins with just a blank green screen before transitioning into a demo sequence with the player walking into what looks to be Marvin and his wife's bedroom. You can see two beds, one colored blue, which is the color associated with the wife, and green, which has consistently been the color associated with Marvin. The separation of the beds could perhaps be an indicator towards their failing relationship, which seems to have resulted in a divorce as seen by the calendars, which were most likely representing who has custody of care on any given day. Another instantly notable observation is the miniature windmill next to Marvin's bed, which we know the windmill to be a location of great importance to this story. The player stops briefly in front of the wife's bedside table, but never actually clicks on what is there, instead opting to go right to the windmill. Upon clicking the prompt, we get a few text boxes which read as follows: "This windmill vanished off the face of the earth." Now this parallels what Rainer said back in episode 9. There are two pictures of Marvin, one with him, his friend, and the windmill, and another with only him, the windmill seemingly disappearing into thin air. Here's a similar puzzle. For you, Marvin. This is another instance of Rainer specifically calling out Marvin, driving home that much of this part of the game was made specifically for him to see. There are two pictures of a door. In the first picture, the door is closed. In the second picture, taken later, the door is open. Nobody opened the door. The door did not open itself. The door, in fact, did not open at all. What happened? Now, you'll notice this is somewhat similar to the windmill incident and parallels the story in a way. One moment something is one way, and then later it is another way that should be logically impossible. The message even specifically calls it out as a similar puzzle after referencing the windmill. To me, this begs the question of how much Rainer knows about the windmill incident. In Petscop 9, his tone sounds accusatory towards Marvin, but he closes it by asking him what he did, not by giving any sort of particular story of what went down. Here, however, it seems like Rainer is more prompting Marvin to the memory, almost taunting him with this puzzle about the doors. Furthermore, if we're to assume that what happened there is to be decipherable to us viewers at all, the narrator of our story, which is largely Rainer, and I think there is room for more people being involved with this game throughout the years that could have meddled with or added elements to it, but that's a discussion for another time, has to know some extent in order to put the clues or explanation into his game. So, while the early notes were inquisitory, I think we can guess that Rainer eventually discovered to a certain degree what happened at the windmill. Remember, this is a game he has developed which could take place over months or years, so he could have added some elements in during different stages of his knowledge on Marvin. But now, let's actually talk about this riddle we were presented with. Here's what we know. A door is closed in one picture, and then it is open in another after an undisclosed passage of time. But it didn't actually open at all. It links to the fact that Marvin has two photos from 1977, one with a windmill, and another one taken a matter of minutes later without a windmill. First, let's try to think how it could be possible to see a picture of a door open without ever having been physically opened. What first came to me was the door was always open and never closed, and it was just a matter of perspective. If you look at an open door at a certain angle, it can almost appear as though it is closed, especially in a video game. However, I don't think this idea holds much weight. While the general theme of perspective could fit within Petscop's thematical elements, when it's actually put into practice concerning this riddle, it doesn't seem very applicable without really stretching. Most people would be able to tell an open door is open and not closed even if the picture was taken at a tricky angle. This led me to another idea, one that is a recurring theme throughout this series: the matter of rotation. If the door in question were to be a part of a revolving door, is it really ever open or shut? The pictures could have just been taken at different stages of their rotation. This riddle is specifically linked to the windmill as well, which has rotating blades. I think this idea is really solid, considering the connections and the technical answer to how a door could look open, then closed without doing either. The question now becomes, what are we supposed to get out of it? What is it telling us about the windmill incident? I think it could have either something to do with perspective, like perhaps our perspective in the second picture is merely not what we think it to be and the windmill is actually still there. Or, leaning in on the matter of rotation, perhaps something more supernatural has occurred, some rotation in the universe that caused the windmill to blink out of existence, or go somewhere else entirely. Although, as I've expressed before, I am leaning more towards the belief that there isn't really that much supernatural or paranormal going on in Petscop, but that is a topic that is very debatable and I'm not 100% sold either way. After the riddle, the player repeatedly walks into the green bed as though they're trying to do something. They could just be attempting to explore more of the room, or it could be another instance of a player trying to get to a feature that is no longer in the game. After a few moments of this, the screen goes black and we get back to Paul's gameplay. Paul is narrating again, and it seems we caught him mid-conversation, as he was just finishing saying, "I can't just wait." He says that he has been inspired by an idea, similar to the one that brought him to the house in the first place. If you remember, he found the house by walking in a pattern from a drawing he made for reasons we're unsure of currently. He circled a random patch of grass, which apparently wasn't so random, as it brought up a question box, and then he came to the tire that pointed him towards the house. As he notes, the idea he has now involves pretending, specifically pretending that the door to the bedroom is open. While he is talking about this, a demo video is overlaid over the screen, where the door is in fact open. Paul is convinced that this idea will work and tries to do the correct controller inputs to navigate the room that he can't even see. A major difference in this recording, though, is that the windmill is replaced by a censored black box. Another thing to note is that the left side of the room is painted black and not green. Paul knows what the room looks like because he saw it in a demo recording just like we did. He knows that it will probably be up on the family YouTube along with what he's recording right now. He mentions that he wants to check out the left bedside table that Marvin doesn't bother to look at. Note how he specifically uses the name Marvin, so we know now who was playing in the demo recording earlier. Whilst Paul's attempting to navigate the room, it switches perspectives to show that he's actually seeing being his character still stuck on the other side of the door. Take notice that it is switching perspectives, if you'll recall what we talked about earlier. Also, this whole scene is about a door that is closed, but is also open, which correlates directly with our riddle. And just to make something clear, Paul's idea is working. The demo recording overlaid over the other video is a later replay of the controller inputs edited into this video. So while Paul does sound insane, he's right. Paul successfully clicks on the objects on the left bedside table, and they are revealed to be a bunch of picture frames with CDs in them. After repeatedly pressing X to later see if it did anything, Paul begins to randomly press the buttons. This results in different images being selected, each a different rotation of the frame CD. There's the rotation theme again. A cat bothers Paul, so we now know that Paul has a pet cat, and that's just fun. Shortly after this, we can hear Paul humming Kara's Melody, which is the confirmed title according to the subtitles and the music that Paul learned at the end of episode 11. The screen goes black and then opens back up to a monologue from Paul, discussing the nature of the demo recordings, much of which we've already talked about. Paul mentions a recent video he thinks went up on the public YouTube, which then leads me to wonder if there is a difference between the family YouTube that he mentioned earlier and the public YouTube, which is the one we're watching. The only point of evidence that they're different is that Paul calls them by different names, when he could have just been saying YouTube, so Perhaps there is a private channel for the family and the public YouTube that we're watching as two separate entities. The next few sentences Paul speaks clears up some confusion about a past episode where it said demo the entire time, but Paul was still talking as though he was playing. Apparently, the video had been lost, but Paul still had the audio, so he found the demo recording of his gameplay, and the audio was put over it. However, there is something strange about these demo recordings that Paul tells us about. There are differences between what they show and what Paul actually saw during his gameplay. For instance, there is no music in the even care we see in the demo video, and most notably, Paul calls out that the text boxes were different. He doesn't bother to tell us what he saw instead, but it is really strange that there are discrepancies between the demo recordings and the actual gameplay. I suppose it does make sense in a way, given that it showed Paul entering the room when all he saw was being stuck on the closed door. I don't know exactly why the game does this, especially in the case of the text boxes being different, as at least there is some precedent for the door secretly being open, but the text boxes changing from gameplay to demo feels a bit more random. I think all of this information loops back into the importance of game inputs, which last episode made clear is important to whoever is observing and possibly enforcing Paul playing this game, as controller input is controller input regardless of what the screen is showing. Hence, how Paul is able to secretly move around and interact with the room behind the closed door. After Paul plays around with the buttons for a few moments more, the video blacks out and cuts to Paul trying an attempt 6, being to push the bucket into the bedroom, him noting that attempt 5 involved the closed door in the wall next to the living room, that he hasn't been able to get into as of yet. After making sure the bucket is aligned properly, the screen is overlaid once again with a demo recording, showing what Paul is doing in the room. He leaves the bucket by the blue bed, but nothing happens, and the video cuts to him trying attempt 22. This time he leaves the bucket by the blue bed, but walks over to the far wall next to the green bed. The bucket appears next to him, filled with a black liquid, and a paint roller appears out of it, and Paul begins painting the green walls with black. Notice that the censored box goes away after it is painted over, meaning whatever was being censored was on the wall and is capable of being covered by paint. After accomplishing this, Paul's avatar is awarded with a small green key above his head, much like the green key he got earlier. Keeping careful track of his steps, since, remember, Paul isn't really seeing any of this, he makes his way over to that door that we've never been into before. The key unlocks the door and Paul walks in, and a choir is heard, the same one from when Paul exited that birthday room. After a few moments of darkness, the Carolina logo comes hurtling at us, just like it did in the first Petscop video, except for one thing. It is slightly rotated to the left. There's that rotation word again. Even the name Carolina is rotated significantly when it appears. The Petscop start screen shows up, its cheery music really contrasting with all the dark lore of this game that we've been discussing recently. We hear Paul positioning the microphone for a brief second, and he announces himself as present. He presses start, and we see the only file in the game has in its storage is Strange Situation. Paul expresses that all of his files have been deleted and sounds slightly distressed at this news. What's really peculiar is that the game just seemed to automatically make and name this file Strange Situation. Note that the game kept his piece collection count though. Upon clicking the file, it brings Paul directly in front of the house in the Newmaker plane. However, things are now a bit different. There's a cake sign and balloons accompanying a picture of Care. This indicates that it's Care's birthday party going on in the house. When Paul attempts to walk left down the road, nothing appears except for blackness, and he is forced to return back to the house. There's a weird white flash that happens as he walks in, which I don't believe happened when he walked into the house earlier. Upon entering the house, Paul's avatar is wearing a birthday hat and a balloon, and Marvin's wife begins speaking. She says, "You made it. Happy birthday. Why are you covering your face?" "Oh, of course. I recognize you. Those eyes. That nose. That's still you." Upon clicking a slice of cake, she then says, "Go ahead and have a slice." "Oh, don't worry about those." Under the slice of cake is a bunch of drawings of the blue tool, similar to the ones hanging around the room adjacent to the tool room itself. So, to think about what Marvin's wife just said, obviously we are meant to be Care right now, as covering her face is a classic description that we get of her early on. That, and when her mother is describing her facial features, she doesn't mention eyebrows, which Care was never growing. When Paul clicks on the green calendar, we see an animated cake on November 12th, so November 12th must be Care's birthday. When Paul exits the calendar, more dialogue from Marvin's wife appears. It reads, "I sure hope you've realized by now. It doesn't matter how long you've been gone. It doesn't matter how much you've changed. You aren't lost. Stop wandering and come home." So, the green calendar we've previously determined to be 1997. That coincides with Care being supposedly rescued from Marvin and returning home, which is why the dialogue here suggests Care has been gone for a long time and is now returning. Previously, the green calendar was accompanied by a gray one, which we determined to be the year 2000 using the dates, but this time there is an accompanying red calendar. Paul says that he thinks the red calendar is either 1995 or 2017. After double-checking the dates of the corresponding year's calendars, Paul is correct. It is most likely either 1995 or 2017, and I think that the calendar is 2017 based on a scene that we get in a few moments. Paul walks into the bedroom, the door being naturally open this time. Upon walking in, there is a big thump that shakes the screen, and once inside, everything gets much darker, and Care's mother begins speaking in the text boxes again. She says, "Care, are you okay? You ran straight into the door. Did you think it was open?" "Aw, poor baby." Paul explores the room, and some noticeable differences is that the walls are now entirely black, as well as the CDs on the bedside table are now missing. After clicking the empty table, and seeing the menu where all the CDs used to be now blackened out, a new text box appears with yellow dialogue inside of it. Remember, yellow is the color typically associated with Care. Where's the disc? Where are the discovery pages? It then becomes a conversation between the yellow dialogue, Care, and the blue dialogue, Marvin's wife, and Care's mother. "What are you talking about? What disc? Discovery pages?" "Jill, stop effing ignoring me. Get in here and show me where that disc is. Jill." "No, Care, this is Mommy. This is your mommy, sweetie. I'm right here in front of you. There's no one else here. What are you looking at? What's over there?" "Care, can't you hear me? Can't you see me waving? Snap out of it. Care, where are you going?" Paul is dead silent for a few beats, and even drops his controller after reading this strange conversation. When he finally talks again, he says that this conversation was based off of one that he had last year on his birthday. Before we get further into this, I just want to say this right here is why I think the red calendar is supposed to be 2017. Right now for Paul, it is 2018, so last year for him would have been 2017. After a few moments of what appears to be stunned silence from Paul, he suggests that maybe this is some sort of prank on him. Although, his tone seems to indicate that he doesn't really believe that and is much more disturbed. Whatever is going on with this game is deeply connected to him, that's for sure. But what this all means is that someone is definitely still modifying and updating this game. If you remember, Paul stated that he and Care were exactly the same age, which I think is supposed to be taken as they have the same birthday. If this is the case, Paul first played Petscop in March of 2017. That means that the game was changed even since he started playing it, as he would have had that conversation in November of that year. This begs the question of who is doing this, and how is it possible that they are doing this? But I think there are even bigger implications here. What if Paul is Care? I think this is something that should seriously be considered. Yellow dialogue was used for this conversation, and Marvin's wife repeatedly called this person Care. However, Paul remembers having this conversation himself. Furthermore, the use of the F word seems more characteristic of Paul than that of a young child. Now, obviously a big question comes up. How could Paul possibly be Care? Rebirthing has been a big theme throughout this series, and we know Marvin has probably attempted to rebirth kids into his long-lost friend, as well as Rainer, for some reason, trying to rebirth Belle into Tiara and failing to do so. We don't know much about this process, but if it were to be successful, who knows how much it could change a person. Paul doesn't remember anyone going missing, which we know Care was gone for a few months. Given that Paul's family is most likely connected to all of this, you'd think he would have had at least some memory of the time Care was abducted by her own father, or at least heard it from someone over the years. But this would make sense if Paul was the one who was kidnapped, rebirthed into himself, and lost his memories of the event. More evidence of this is the fact that when Care is returned, as discussed earlier this episode, her mother specifically started talking about her facial features and how she could still tell that it was her. She mentioned the eyes and the nose, but not the eyebrows. Maybe because she had gained some when she became Paul, them being what's different with her face, and perhaps why she was covering them with her hands. Also, a few episodes back, Paul found his room after inputting Care's face with eyebrows into the Canvas system. There might be some problems with this, but I think a lot of the weird stuff that we have been shown has been indicating towards Paul possibly being a reborn version of Care. Another question that remains from the strange conversation we just witnessed is who exactly is Jill? And why would Care/Paul see her but not her mother? When Paul goes to leave the room, the whole game crashes, and he expresses that he has to call Jill, meaning that not only is Jill a physical person, but Paul is in contact with her even now. The screen cuts out, and when it returns, we are back on the file screen with Strange Situation still being the only file. Paul is saying trapped while tapping on glass, perhaps a car window again as he was doing in an earlier episode. After he expresses that he's feeling very weird, similar to how earlier in this episode he is getting that bad feeling again. The word trapped could also indicate that he is being forced into this by the family, who is now in control of the YouTube channel, as certain clues and the current video descriptions could suggest. Paul then talks about how he asked the internet through Google about how one could rewrite to a CDR, which is a big question that we've been having concerning how this game is changing throughout the years. Paul says that the internet basically called him an idiot for asking this question. He notes that there are some things that you can't rewrite. When Paul enters the house again, the same sequence of text boxes starts, but he skips over them and instead enters the door in the side wall that seemingly started this whole Strange Situation segment in the first place. Upon entering the door, we finally see where it leads, that being the garage. The loading screen in between the areas is an underview of the pillar of dirt under the room in Even Care. That's the room connected to the bathroom. In the garage, there is a knocked-over chair next to a desk with a computer on it, and over in the corner, there is the rake and the shovel that is very similar to the one found in Care's shed where we first saw her. When Paul clicks on the computer, we get a closer look at it and see that there is a symbol and the words Tarnikop on it. After researching what Tarnikop could be, it seems to be taken from a Romanian word that means pickaxe. What that means for Petscop, if anything, I'm not sure. It could be stretched into a few different relations or parallels to themes in the story, or it could just be a fictional in-universe computer machine. On the monitor, we can see very blurry images that are familiar shapes and locations in Petscop, along with a lot of words. Paul says that it is showing stuff from the website, which I assume to be the website the note attached to the game said was on the sticker way back in the first episode. A page particularly heavy with text shows up, and Paul calls it the Your Child page. It goes through a bunch of other pages, and eventually lands on the default Petscop avatar standing in the Newmaker plane. Paul, once again, sums up our feelings on Petscop in a couple of concise sentences.
Got no idea what's going on anymore. What even is this?
After this, Paul goes back into the house and the birthday music resumes. He tries going back into the bedroom, but this time the text box shows up blank. Paul swears in frustration, and then the video abruptly ends. Before we close out this episode, I want to talk about something relating to the phrase of strange situation, which the game automatically named the scripted file. You see, strange situation was actually the name of a procedure devised to attachments in children, specifically between the child and their caregiver. Coincidence? With the themes that we have seen all throughout Petscop, I think not. This is just a really brief summary of what it was, so I encourage you guys to research the experiment yourself, but pretty much a child is observed for around 21 minutes while strangers and caregivers enter and exit the room. 4 aspects of the child's behavior are observed: the amount of exploration the child engages in throughout, the child's reactions to the departure of its caregiver, the stranger anxiety, and the child's reunion behavior with its caregiver. The child in question was then put into one of 4 categories, them being secure, anxious, avoidant insecure, anxious, ambivalent / resistant insecure, and disorganized / disoriented. We know Petscop has used real-world illusions in its story before, namely the connections to the case of Candace Newmaker and the quote from Dr. Seuss's Daisy Head Maisie, so I think it is definitely the case that the Strange Situation title is a nod to this experiment, especially due to the fact that the experiment was a psychological procedure done on children, which is right in line with Petscop's general story. So, I know this is going to be a shorter one, but I like to make compilation videos for every 5 episodes, so I didn't want to combine this with episode 16 and break the pattern. Anyways, let's get into it. This one's pretty nifty. This episode throws us right into the middle of the school, the music and red mist that fills the screen making for that eerie atmosphere we all love. We see the obvious demo sticker flashing at the top of the screen, and as we should all be very familiar with by now, this means that it is a recording taken by the game, and therefore the gameplay presented was taken an undisclosed amount of time after it actually occurred. The first thing that should always be done when dealing with demos is deciding who is actually playing, and in this episode it becomes clear that is our boy Paul, for reasons that will be clear when we get there. Paul traverses the school, collecting some pieces and going down hallways. He soon arrives at an image of a girl wearing a hat, and to me this girl looks very reminiscent of Care, by far the most prominent young girl in this series. Colorful bubble letters dance in front of the image, simply spelling girl. After briefly investigating this area, Paul makes his way into a classroom where rows of chairs are facing a chalkboard, and the Marvin sprite is waiting for him. Paul spawned behind the chalkboard and emerges into the classroom, and begins conversing with Marvin as we saw him do in episode 11. Once again, if these avatars are all people playing within the same game sequence, I'm assuming that Marvin is the one playing as the Marvin character. This scene is why I'm sure Paul is playing here, as his communication is slowly typed out, showing inexperience with the communication system and a similar style to Petscop 11, where we pretty are sure that is him playing. Paul is the first to try and say something, but the phrase "not in table" appears, which I think indicates that whatever he tried to write, the game is unable to display. On this note, it will probably be good to talk a little bit about how the communication system works, as someone actually suggested was a good idea in the comments of the last video. While I am trying to give my first impression on things before I use the finding of others, although when I'm done my first assessment on all the episodes, expect me to splurge on everyone else's Petscop content and make videos about that as well, this is a more technical thing, and I don't need to reinvent the wheel here if other people have already made a comprehensive breakdown of how exactly it works. Pretty much, the controller button combinations function as a phonetic combination that refer to a dictionary table that outputs words that match the given phonetics. Errors, such as words that are not included in the dictionary table, result in the not in table like what happened to Paul just a bit ago. I will also be using the buttons to the phonetics table that fans have put together to double check the combinations to the output. Applying it to what Paul attempted to write, it seems he was trying to say Marvin, but for some reason the dictionary table couldn't put together that word. Marvin tells Paul to sit here for the present, and then walks behind the chalkboard as Paul takes a seat. After a few moments, Marvin returns along with the Belle/Tiara avatar entering the room as well. Marvin says, "This is Belle." Note how Belle is spelt wrong, missing the silent E at the end. However, this is due to the phonetic system I explained earlier. Belle sounds the same as Belle, so therefore it is output that way, and is probably why Paul was spelled as Paul in the previous episodes. It's all about the phonetics and how the dictionary table responds to the output display of the game. Belle objects to Marvin's sentence after he returns behind the chalkboard by saying, "I am Tiara, not Belle." She then says, "Press Nifty." Paul understandably says, "What? Nifty?" as I have never heard a Nifty button on a controller before. On this note, I found that Nifty was actually a game made by the creator of Petscop back in 2007, a good decade before the first episode of the web series was released. This word must be a nod towards that earlier work, and it actually used the name Carolina for its fictional game design company as well. Despite this, the creator of Petscop has made it clear that Nifty is in no way canon to Petscop at all, so there isn't much use in going further into it here, although I might do another video looking closer at it just for fun. On the topic of other works by Petscop's creator, this is a short story he wrote called Tapers, which also predates Petscop and once again uses some of the same character names. Although it too is not at all canon to Petscop, so it's not worth discussing here, but perhaps will be another one-off video on the horizon. But back to the current events in Petscop, Belle replies to Paul's confusion with, "No, Player 1, press Nifty." This is apparently the code for accessing a new mode, and after Paul does it successfully, there's a few moments pause, then the screen suddenly switches to a cluttered view of all the nearby textures. This serves as an atlas, in which the textures can be edited, as seen when Paul makes use of the pencil tool that appears on the screen. Paul scribbles some lines around, probably as a test, then writes "Hi" on the chalkboard texture. When exiting draw mode, the edits to the textures can be seen in-game, as shown here. And that's where this episode ends. What we get out of this one is that Marvin and Belle are acting together, at least in some capacity. Belle, despite Rainer being sure that the rebirthing was a failure, believes that she is Tiara due to her correcting Marvin on her identity. For some reason, they have an interest in Paul as they are interacting with him, but because of the limited dialogue and vague context as to what is going on in this scene, their intentions are unclear. I would imagine they each have their own consoles and are playing the game somewhere, which goes with the multiple Petscop games that we talked about a few episodes ago. But here's something really interesting to talk about. Remember back in episode 5 when the tool turned pink, seemingly without explanation? Prior to its color change when it was red, the words outputted as answers were written in that kinda messy font that looked similar to handwriting. But while it was pink, the words were made up of straight pink lines, just like the ones Paul wrote with while in the texture editor after pressing Nifty. Seeing as Tiara/Belle was the one who knew how to do this, perhaps the tool turned pink because she entered the editor and used it to communicate with Paul by editing the textures relating to the tool. She could have somehow filled in the red with pink and then drew out the words for display on the screen in order to talk to the player. It would also make sense as to why the tool was talking about Marvin and his desires, since we see him accompanying her, and why there is such a long pause in between some of the answers, because it was due to Belle having to write them all out. There are some questions that come up with this explanation, like how was Belle able to write the sentences so quickly in some of the instances, given how slow it appears in this episode. But I think it's a much better than having absolutely no idea why the tool turned pink, or the theory that Mike was possessing it, since the name on his gravestone was pink. So for now, that's what I'm going to say happened with the tool. I'm especially confident because we haven't seen much of the tool at all since the earlier episodes,
And the purpose of this short episode would be very strange if not to explain something smaller, like the tools turning pink, and this inclusion of the texture editor would especially be strange if it were to not have a greater meaning or implication. One thing that does confuse me is that in Petscop 11, when Marvin is teaching Paul Care's melody, he says Tiara plays bad music too, but here he calls the person who believes they are Tiara Belle. Marvin doesn't even say the word plays in past tense, implying that Tiara is still around. Perhaps he eventually begins to call her Tiara or something, as, remember, these demo recordings don't have to be in order. This instance of Paul encountering Tiara/Belle in the classroom could take place before Paul plays Care's melody in the different one, at least to my knowledge.
Welcome back to Unraveling Petscop. Today, we'll be dissecting episodes 16 and 17. The start of this episode is a few seconds resting on a screen that shows Marvin's garage, partially covered by a black rectangle. We've seen a black rectangle appear over a screen before, that being in Petscop 14 when Paul re-entered Marvin's bedroom. In that prior instance, it seemed to be a glitch of some sort, as Paul swore in frustration when he encountered it. Why it's here is it could be it never went away after Paul exited the bedroom, or, more likely, this is a slightly different version of the game as we can see the garage is different. Last time we encountered the garage, it was empty, but this time it is housing an orange car. We have already seen that the game can change, as displayed in the Strange Situation event, so the garage could be different due to a reason that is similar. Why the black rectangle could be there is, if you recall last time, Marvin's bedroom had automatically appearing text when Paul entered it. Perhaps this version of the garage did also, and he re-entered it similar to the bedroom and received this text box glitch again. It is worth saying that this is not a case of a censored object, as those are covered by a solid black box, whereas these are text boxes that are traditionally white but colored black instead. Most interesting about this scene is the car, as we have actually seen it before. Back in Petscop 8, when Paul was running back and forth across the road under the Newmaker plane, two different cars go by, a blue one and an orange one, just like this one in the garage. Logic would seem to indicate that this is Marvin's car, or at the very least his family's car. This scene is eventually interrupted by some sort of emergency screen, accompanied by incessant loud beeping and orange flashes. The screen reads, "No controller input has been detected for a very long time. Family, neighbors, police, or whoever, keep game console running. Call provided phone number." The phone number it provides has been censored. This goes back to the theme of keeping Petscop running for absurd periods of time, such as Belle's game, which has been running for almost 18 years. This screen goes to show that somebody does not want the game or console turned off under any circumstances, and this is a measure to attempt to keep it on at all times. Eventually, the screen fades into what it calls a burn-in monitor, showing the top-down model layout of a room. It calls this a ghost room/testing room. Note the red dot on the bed, which is probably a person, and the compass-looking object in the top right corner. This is also what looks to be what I would call a piano in the room, which we have seen in a darkened loading screen in prior episodes. There also appears to be a bed, a chair, and a TV in the room. Now immediately we have to wonder, is this where Paul is playing Petscop? We know from a previous statement and strange behavior of his that he is probably being forced to play and record the game at this point, as well as the fact that he is feeling trapped. I think it is very possible that this ghost room is the place he is being forced to do this. The second name the room is given, Test Room, makes sense given the previous indications towards the game tracking controller input and wanting feedback from the players, so this could be the place where players are testing it. The phrase ghost room is more interesting, but its implications are a little hazy for now. Screen burn-in occurs when a non-moving image is left on the screen for a long period of time, which all comes back to the fact that somebody wants Petscop running at all times.
What gets really interesting is when it transitions away from the screen. For a brief second, we get to see the area code part of the phone number, which reads 203. Turns out, these there digits are for Connecticut. And get this, Connecticut is the leading state of the US in offshore wind power, a type of power that generally comes from windmills, which we certainly know a windmill is a big part of this story. With this information, I think it is safe to say that the area of the world of the Outside Petscop story takes place in the state of Connecticut. The video ends with the red dot moving from the bed and onto the chair in front of the television. Assuming this is Paul, that means he was finally woken up by the relentless beeping and returned to ensure that the console would keep Petscop running. The implications of this entire episode are clearly that the game is capable of tracking the person in the room it's in, and that someone has gone to great lengths to ensure that the game stays running constantly. My leading theory for all of this currently is that the family that has taken over the YouTube channel and forcing Paul to continue recording self are bent on finding all of Petscop's secrets, which we already know some only to be found randomly while the game is running. I believe that Paul is somewhat trapped in this room that the game has tracked and is being forced to play the game and keep it running day and night, as seen by this burn-in monitor. The first thing to note about the next video, episode 17, is that the description has changed to some select Petscop recordings. In a way, recordings have the power to raise the dead. They're kind of scary. We finished our long Easter egg hunt. Now, that last line is strange, because we know there is 8 more episodes to go after this one, so it's not like we're finished hunting on the Petscop episodes. But perhaps it just means the people behind the channel have found what they were looking for at this point, and in time the videos of the past will keep continuing to be uploaded. The video itself begins with the same garage scene in last episode, before someone seemingly presses a button to trigger the pause screen coming up. Right away, we can see that the player has 394 pieces, which in my mind confirms that the player is Paul, as that is the exact piece count he had at the end of Petscop 14, which is the last time we saw him play. Second thing to notice is the phrase, "The ghost room is a ship in a bottle." Obviously, as we just talked about, the ghost room is one of the names of the room shown on the burn-in monitor screen. Now, I've spent a long time thinking about how this phrase relates to the ghost/testing room. I'm going to get back to my thoughts on this later in the video, but for now, keep this in mind. A method to creating ships in the bottles is using utensils to slowly and carefully build the ship from within the bottle. Paul clicks options and navigates down towards sound test, and sorts through many sound effects until he reaches sound 84 and 85, being Care says uh-oh and Care says bye-bye. Paul plays these sounds a lot, specifically uh-oh. Believe me, your ears get blasted with uh-ohs for what feels like a very long time. A few people in the comments of that Petscop video were suggesting that the sounds mended together to sound like Care was shouting Mike, which is a dead kid that has come up a few times in this series. Well, I can admit that if you think of the word Mike while uh-oh is rapid firing, you can sort of hear it. But if I'm not, I don't really get the word that naturally, so while this could be intentional, I'm going to put it in the speculative category. But I figured since some fans were talking about it, I should at least mention the possibility. What is clear is that what Paul was doing with the sound effects was some kind of code, as when he finishes, the white ball thing in the floating hand turns orange, and we are brought to a new menu screen, with selections being all recordings, room impulse, and extra stuff. How Paul knows or got this code is unclear, but I imagine he either saw it in a demo recording, got it from one of the family members keeping him there, or perhaps one of the people he talks to over the phone helped him with it. We've seen Paul figure out these codes and secrets in Petscop seemingly out of nowhere before, and I assume it's usually from one of these sources or trial and error that we don't get to see on screen. Paul clicks on Room Impulse and we are presented with different recordings from various locations in the Petscop game. They are each accompanied by a square depicting a still image from these locations, much like what we saw at the bottom of the burn-in screen. Paul navigates to one that is called House, and upon clicking it, is presented with the option to modify its generation. I can only assume that generations equate to different versions of the game, as we know it has been modified throughout the years. Paul selects Gen 10, and the game then lets us view a bunch of Petscop characters with the red triangles for heads running around. I can only figure that it is either replaying the past controller inputs of Paul or a different player in the Gen 10 version of the room, and it seems as though Paul has the ability to focus in on one of them at a time if he wishes, all the other characters disappearing, and that specific avatar turning into the default sprite with a balloon attached to it. Eventually, Paul stops on when and watches it as it exits the house. This is when things get really interesting. A message appears on the screen saying, "Hi there." It is then followed by multiple messages as the avatar begins traveling backwards. "Wake up, you're free. There you go. Thank you. I want you to retrace your steps. The family, as usual, wants to know what happened to you between November 10th and 12th of 1997. The use of referring to the family in the third person I think suggests that this is Rainer speaking through the writing. On November 10th of 1997, you ran away from your daddy's school building, and on the 12th, you arrived at your house. The question is, where were you on November 11th, and what were you doing there? I hope to guide you to that location with a spell, which I will begin now. You are a girl named Carrie Mark, and you were born on November 12th, 1992. I think it's safe to assume that Carrie Mark is the true name of Care from this segment, meaning her father's full name is Marvin Mark, and that household can now be referred to as the Mark family. It also confirms Care's age, being 5 years old when she was abducted in 1997. You have a mommy named Anna, a daddy named Marvin, an auntie named Jill, and an uncle named Thomas, a cousin named Daniel. We finally have a name for Marvin's wife, confirmation that Jill is connected to the family by being Carrie's aunt, and the several dots after Daniel lead me to wonder if he is important somehow. I know what you must be thinking. Have these statements always been true? Or have I cursed you? Is there such a thing? A curse that changes your past? Stop thinking. You were kidnapped and spent 5 months studying in an abandoned elementary school. You ran away, crying, ashamed, covering your face. You are blind. At some point, your movements stopped making sense. Bumping into walls and doors, dodging invisible obstacles. Find the moment. When were you led astray on the road? This paragraph draws from a lot of themes we've seen all throughout the series, but we'll get into detail later. The avatar keeps moving into backwards pattern until eventually a new message pops up on the screen, saying, "A girl went missing here. Story goes, your daddy used to sit on a bench with a birthday cake, trying to lure her home. Instead of missing girl signs, he put up birthday girl signs, promising cake to the birthday girl. Of course, the birthday girl never came home, much to his disappointment. When I learned about this absurd story, I spent a lot of time digging. Eventually, I found out what really happened to that girl. Want to know? Ask." Obviously, this section was about Marvin and his friend in the wake of her disappearance, and the phrase "spent a lot of time digging" basically confirms that all of this has been dialogue from Rainer. The avatar boxes a patch of grass, and a gray question and response menu appears, this scene being much like what Paul did back in episode 11 to find the house. The player types in, "What happened to her?" Then one of the most ominous scenes so far occurs. Slowly, a grave rises from the ground, having the face of Marvin's friend on it. Upon clicking the gravestone, a box appears containing a name and 2 dates. Lina Leskowitz, 1968 to 1977. Under it is the phrase, "They didn't see her." After this, the screen cuts out, and when it returns, the player is walking backwards through the Newmaker plane, until eventually arriving at the door that leads to the under area. They continue to the road area, cross it a few times with cars going by, then disappear up into it. So thanks to this episode, we have a lot of names now. Marvin's wife is Anna Mark, and his friend was Lina Leskowitz, among the other family members mentioned. I think we got confirmation that Lina did in fact die at the windmill due to the gravestone and Raynor's confidence on the subject. How she died is still up to debate. The phrase on the gravestone, "they didn't see her," could allude to the fact of her getting hit by the car, as per many of the car allusions throughout the game, specifically a car crash. However, I don't think it quite makes sense regarding Lina and her situation, as we know it all to revolve around a windmill, and a windmill by no means has to involve a car crash. Furthermore, it couldn't have been Marvin or Marvin's soon-to-be wife, or at some point wife, that hit her, because if we're assuming they were all kids, since she was 9 when she died, they probably would have all been around the same age, as I don't imagine someone driving age, which would have had to be Marvin or Anna, hanging out and just at a windmill with a kid, right? And we would mostly be assuming it was Marvin, I think, in this instance. And I just can't see Marvin being of driving age, hanging out with a 9-year-old and being so obsessed with her that he goes like crazy when she disappears. So I just don't see Lina dying from a car crash being possible. And I know the gravestone is alluding to that, maybe, or at least could be interpreted as that, but I just want to make clear, I do not think she was hit by a car. It doesn't seem to add up with what we know of the story. I'm open-minded to it, but for now, I'm going to say that it's still someone else was hit by a car. But I definitely still stand by the fact that somebody in this series died by car. That's obvious with all the allusions to it. My money right now is on Mike, but we'll see. To close this video, I would like to propose a theory that explains the title of Ghost Room, its connection to A Ship in the Bottle, Paul's current situation, and the intents of the family making him play this game. I admit, a lot of this is speculative on my part, but I at least feel good about the connections I've made here. Just to state it clearly before the explanation, I think Paul is being somewhat brainwashed by the enforcers behind his playing of Petscop. As I said before, A Ship in the Bottle is created by carefully altering pieces inside the bottle from people on the outside using tools to do so. Paul is inside the room, being slowly manipulated by outside forces through the use of their instrument of choice, the Petscop game. How is the game manipulating him? Well, it seemed pretty obvious that Rayner was trying to make the player believe they were Carrie Mark in this episode. Furthermore, earlier on, we saw that a conversation Paul had on his birthday appeared in-game, but instead of his name, he was called by Care. In this episode, Rayner speaks of a curse that changes your past, but I don't believe it to be a curse at all. I think it is a long-term gambit to change the memories of a person through almost hypnotic practices. This could also relate to the rebirthing process as a whole, which Marvin and Rayner were a part of. Perhaps the family is now using the game to simulate a rebirthing, specifically of Paul into Care, or if Paul's already the reborn version of Care as discussed in prior episodes, rebirth him back into Care. I think the family is using all of this to slowly change the past in his mind, replacing his memories with memories of being Care, and trying to eventually convince him that he is her in order to find out whatever secret they are after. Perhaps still what happened to her on the 11th, or maybe just to get her back in general. That's why they keep him trapped in this room and even go so far to have the game forcefully wake him up to return to playing, so that he doesn't leave even this realm they are creating for him for too long. And now back to the name of the room itself, the Ghost Room. A ghost is usually an entity that is trapped between life and death, a dead being that is still in the physical realm and not the afterlife, at least not fully. This is sort of what's happening to Paul in this hypothetical simulated rebirthing process. He is trapped between life as Paul and his transformation to life as Care, making him somewhat of a ghost while he is in that in-between stage. I believe we get an example of this with Belle/Tiara. Rainer had attempted to rebirth her into Tiara, but the rebirthing process failed. However, we see that Belle believes she is Tiara from what she told Paul in one of the demo recordings, despite Rainer believing she is still Belle, and Marvin at one point also believing the same thing. Belle must be disoriented and confused, being on identity but believing she is another. She is in between lives, so to speak, making her similar to a ghost. Perhaps this is why these testing rooms are also called ghost rooms, due to what the players in them have become during their journey of playing the game.
In this video, we'll look at the next 3 Petscop episodes, those being number 18, 19, and 20. This episode starts right back at the orange menu we saw activated last episode, this time the user navigating to the Extra Stuff button. Here, we see a few pictures and variations of the basic Petscop avatar, its true title being Guardian as seen on the words below. The name Guardian fits the themes of the series quite well, when considering we are dealing with children and possible allusions to orphans and the like, so the word Guardian fits in quite well, if we're thinking of it as like a legal guardian of a child or something similar. We flip through the variations of the pets found in Even Care, and also Randus, who was in the Newmaker plane. Interestingly, we get a character we've never seen in the game, called Hudson. He's presumably an asset that was just not included in the final game, or at least none of the generations of it that we've seen. And something I noticed when looking at the pen sprite, he has a hand holding a white ball, which looks pointedly similar to the hand holding a white ball on the sound test menu that contains the ability to input the code to get to the orange screen in the first place. We see Wavy jumping, the gift plane map, and we get to sit on the house sprite for approximately 90 seconds, which felt like quite a long time for a singular sprite. This episode was short and not quite as informationally packed as most of the others, but it does show different variations of the Petscop sprites, which definitely adds a layer of realism to the game. The only real significant event during the minute-and-a-half greenhouse special is that around the 2-minute mark, a faint voice of a child can be heard, as confirmed by the subtitles. I would imagine this voice is meant to be Care's. The next episode, once again, begins with the orange options screen, where the user navigates to the All Recordings button. Here, they flip through many of the page's recordings, many containing names of familiar characters, before settling on Sort Test. This is a Gen 1 version of the game and displays very early functions of it, the avatar looking different and the map being a simple string of textures with movement very stiff and limited. This part cuts out, and when the video returns, the user clicks on a recording called Mike 2, which is exciting because I believe this will show Michael Hammond's gameplay of Petscop. This is a Gen 2 recording and shows a slightly better version of the game, but still nowhere near as advanced as modern-day Petscop. This recording shows Mike playing around in an early stage of Even Care, eventually finding an egg in the room that has Wavy and Randus in the version of Even Care that we are familiar with. When Mike runs into the egg, a string of text box messages appear on the screen. They say, "What? One of the eggs was in Daniel's game? What an unfair trick. Have you found every egg in the office?" I think this is telling us that Daniel is the true name of Rainer. If you remember, Daniel was mentioned as a cousin of Care's, followed by a series of dots which kind of highlighted its importance. And here, it is calling Petscop Daniel's game, which we know Rainer made most of Petscop. Thus, I think Rainer is the pen name of Daniel, so the creator of Petscop is the cousin of Care, and that's his connection to the family. The egg hunt it references is probably an Easter egg hunt going on in the office it mentions, probably Anna's because that is the only office that has been referenced prior, as the video was uploaded on an Easter holiday. Daniel puts this digital egg in the game he was working on as part of the Easter egg hunt, and this recording was of Michael finding it. This also puts the development of Petscop
as early as 1995, as Mike died in that year, and if it is him playing here, which all signs seem to indicate it is, this recording must have been taken before his untimely death. The next recording is labeled Care, which means it is probably Carrie Mark playing in it, and it is a Gen 3 version of the game. This soon switches over to a recording of Belle. After successfully catching Randus and Wavy, Belle views their descriptions, which we haven't seen before. The Randus description reads, "Randus is a flower. He does need water, but not as much as he thinks. You shouldn't worry. If you are considering Randus, you should adopt Wavy as well. Wavy knows how to trick Randus." In turn, the Wavy description then reads, "Wavy is a cloud. He is afraid of everything. He is especially afraid of freezing. According to him, he is never the same person for more than a few seconds." These two descriptions follow along with the idea of these pets being representations of children that are troubled by something. The rest of the video is more recordings of kids playing these earlier versions of Petscop. We see the name James and Phil, which seem to be just random kids we haven't heard of much before. But what's interesting is one of the recordings is named Amber, which shows the kid trying to catch the pet of the same name. And I guess I am assuming these are kids. They could very well be adults, but it kind of fits the more general theme if we're assuming this is young people. I think the fact that a pet and a real person share the same name goes along with my theory that all of the pets do represent children. The video ends with Belle solving the piano puzzle to catch Pen. After this, the message we saw when Paul had caught all of the pets triggers on the screen. The significance of this shows that these messages were made for the original testers of the game, and Toneth had not yet been added as of back then. The last episode we'll cover in this video is episode 20, which is finally another solidly long episode after a few shorter ones. This episode begins with the user, which is still probably Paul due to the specific piece count, clicking on a recording titled Marvin, so it looks like we'll be seeing the playthrough of the series' main villain. This is a Gen 6 recording, and we can see that the Carolina logo is tilted in this version. Marvin creates his file and names it MVM, probably short for Marvin Mark, which is his full name. He begins playing through Even Care, and the first notable thing is that the blue door doesn't mention his inability to open doors, which goes back to the suggestion that the joke about not being able to open doors is specifically tailored to Paul. Curiously, when Marvin opens the Controls tab, the controls are inverted, which could explain Paul's prior confusion to lefts and rights within the game. After viewing the controls, Marvin then inputs the code that allows the user to enter the Newmaker plane and promptly does so. As he leaves the gift plane, a loading screen showing multiple doors in a doorway, like a revolving or rotating door we talked about from that previous riddle, is shown. The recording switched titles a few times, all with the Guardian just wandering the Newmaker plane. Eventually, the recording title switches to a Gen 7 recording, and this is where things begin to get interesting. This time, as Marvin enters the Newmaker plane, a text box appears saying, "Hi Marvin, Rainer here." So we immediately know this is Rainer communicating to him, and these messages follow him around for nearly the rest of the playthrough. You have to be careful this time. If you start running out there without a sense of purpose, you'll get lost. I'm writing this on July 10th, 1997, and Care is still missing. We are searching. Last weekend, we almost got lost ourselves. Your search is harder. Beyond here, there are no landmarks. But this model of a building, though crude, should still be familiar to you. Where is this building? From here, I want you to find a grave. You know the grave I'm talking about. It's definitely out here somewhere. It's unmarked, of course. That's the trouble. You're the only person that can find it. A lot of these messages were fairly straightforward. I believe the grave that Rainer is prompting Marvin about has to be Lina's grave, as that one was completely unmarked as we saw before. Marvin seems to begin to tentatively search the Newmaker plane while continually returning to the brick building. Rainer's dialogue appears again, saying that he increased Marvin's speed so that he can search faster. That video fades out, and the video returns with a Gen 8 recording, with the Guardian standing in front of that wooden doorway that leads to under the Newmaker plane. The door opens, and as the player, presumably still Marvin, enters, a loading screen of a photo of a box of crayons on a couch is shown. Under the Newmaker plane is a bit different in this version of the game, a sign at its entrance reading Roadmap. As Marvin walks into the next room, there is another sign and a group of objects on white pedestals. The sign reads, Caskets. When these are done, they will be great. Anybody who sees them is sure to become part of the family. The first casket shows a green chalkboard with red writing on it, much like the one we saw in one of the classrooms of the school. Text comes with it, saying, "This one is called Casket 4. 5 words written on a chalkboard in the dirty building that you inhabit." The next one is called Casket 3 and shows what seems to be a mini version of Marvin's bedroom and 2 handprints in similar fashion to Care and LM's hands. This one reads, "After kicking you out of the house, your wife started painting the walls black to cover the stencils. I helped. She made it feel urgent. That Saturday, busy with work, she pinned a note. It contained a list of objects." This casket seems to show what was censored on Marvin's bedroom wall and was covered by black paint by the player, as that situation directly parallels what was said here. Casket 2 shows a red triangle with what appears to be Care's head on it. This was probably what was censored when it came out of the present in Lina's party room. This one reads, "As I painted, I watched Care dance around the house. She liked to spin. She became a blur. But in that blur, somehow she spun around, from 45 degrees, to 90, to 180, to 360, to 720, to 1080, to 1440, to 1800, to 2160, winding, tightening, tightening. I was stunned by pure horror and disgust." Casket 1 shows a red vase with a yellow flower in it, showing a reflection of Care's face in the glass. It reads, "You showed Care her red, blurry reflection in a vase. You said, 'Do you see that? Look how ugly you are now.' Care squinted her eyes. The reflection wasn't clear at all, but as you began to describe her grisly deformities, she began to see them. 'Nobody wants to see you like this,' you said. But she soon escaped and bravely returned home. In her bathroom mirror, she saw a clear picture." This casket must be the censored object in the purple room that Paul found by entering Care's face with eyebrows. I have more things to say about these, however, I'm going to go deeper into them in a future video. Now that I'm almost to the end of the series, there's a lot of connections and things to say, and I want to begin making videos dedicated to just one theory or aspect of the Petscop lore to further explain it in a more clear and concise way. That being said, I'll go further into the implications of some of these caskets in a future video. But for now, it is really cool that the censored objects have finally been revealed. Marvin enters a new hallway with a sign titled Places. Marvin clicks on a picture on the wall which shows a bench facing a window, which I believe to be the bench seen through the window of Lina's party room and the one that Rainer heard the story of Marvin sitting on while he tried to lure Lina back home. He then sees the house, the school, and the windmill. It shows him finding Mike's grave and then the tool. Marvin asks the red tool, "Did you find Lina?" However, what's interesting is before he wrote the word find, he had started writing the word dig before backspacing and changing it. The tool only responds with its default answer, "I don't know." Marvin then asks, "Who is your boss?" only to receive the same answer. Marvin then asks, "What year is it?" to which the tool shows him the green calendar. From previous investigations, we know the green calendar to be 1997. Going behind the tool, Marvin finds that he can see the windmill, and that he can move the screen around with inverted controls. Faint voices of a child can be heard during this segment, but what they say is illegible. After playing around with the screen movements, Marvin rotates the screen to behind the tool room to see one of those white boxes with a symbol on it. Marvin goes to the pause screen, then the person who is watching the recording also goes to a pause screen, the message in the corner saying, "Your butt leaves a cavity in the chair."
This person has the same piece count as when we last saw Paul, so it must be him. He then clicks sound test and the video ends. As you just saw, episode 21 is synced with one of my favorite songs of all time, The Sign by Ace of Base. This is a Gen 8 recording of Care, as the name shows, just having fun and dancing around the Petscop game as she listens to The Sign. It's a fun break from all of the dark stuff, and the song is perfect for the time era in which Care would be playing Petscop, as the song released in the 90s. The lyrics to the song also reflect some of the themes that are present within Petscop, such as the first line saying, "I got a new life," which goes along with the rebirthing idea, as well as the overall theme of the song being about leaving a detrimental relationship of some kind and taking it upon yourself to get yourself in a better place. The line, "Life is demanding without understanding," I find to be very significant, showing that one needs to come to a realization or life will continue to be hard, such as Marvin convincing Care that she is ugly, which makes her feel unloved, but she needs to understand that it was all a lie of a madman. Furthermore, the lines of "How could a person like me care for you?" and "You're not the one for me" could all relate back to the fact that Marvin and Anna got divorced, most likely due to Anna's realization of Marvin's instability. Another line that I find to be impactful is, "No one's gonna drag you up to get into the light where you belong." I think it relates to Petscop, and that all of these kids that have been affected by the wrongdoings of these adults don't have many people in their life that are going to drag them into the light where, of course, every child belongs. and they kind of have to take it upon themselves to make good of their situation. I could be overanalyzing the lyrical involvement of the song, but I think it is very poetic to have a song of the same era that has words that relate so closely to the Petscop story, and to imagine Care just dancing around in the game is quite fun. Hey, Playmaster from the future here. I didn't have this in my initial script, and I didn't realize it until after I was done recording, but the 21st word of the song The Sign is literally Care. This is Petscop episode 21 this is happening in, and the 21st word of that song is Care. Like Petscop is freaking awesome, man. But now we move on to episode 22, which is another heavy one. Two things to say about this episode right off the bat. It takes place after episode 10, as it picks up with Paul looking at the tool after it gave him a censored image. We even see him type in the same question, confirming it's the same time frame, taking place just after episode 10 ends. Also, he is talking to someone, probably on the phone here. He says her name later in the episode, that being the familiar name of Belle. He also notes how he was talking to her in the first few episodes, so this is that friend that Paul wanted to prove his possession of the game to. We'll go into detail on this later, but keep in mind that he is talking to Belle here. Also important to note to clear up possible confusion, we can see this is a recording taken from the game's recording stash due to the text in the top left. However, we can still hear Paul, and this is probably due to the audio being put over the video again, as we've seen happen before with the demo recordings. So, when Paul tells Belle here that he shut the recording off, he probably is referring to the active recording of the game, and therefore isn't technically lying to her, although the audio was still being recorded, obviously, so there is some levels of deception here at the very least. A lot of this first part is just of a conversation between Paul and Belle. The topic of conversation is unsurprisingly whatever the picture is showing to Paul. He mentions numbers in the image, which she needs to punch in, and are presumably the coordinates of some kind to the real-world location of this windmill. When Belle punches the numbers in, and presumably finds the location, Paul mentions there being just a stone. To me, this sounds a lot like an unmarked grave, like Lina's was. Paul expresses that he wants to go visit with her tomorrow, which suggests the location isn't too far away from where Paul is, and as I said in a previous episode, this is most likely all taking place in Connecticut. He also states that he hasn't told the family, which shows a bit of distrust between them and Paul. They begin discussing the possibility that they could use things in the real world to find things in the game, so they can stop wandering aimlessly and waiting for things to happen. Paul says that if they can figure out how far away the closet staircase is, which I'm assuming is the staircase that keeps getting mentioned throughout the series, from the windmill, as well as the stone size in comparison to the windmill size, they can then calculate the distance between each tile and make it relative to distance in the game and use the corresponding directions to find objects from the real world in the game to find more of its secrets. Remember, this is taking place right after Petscop 10, before we see Paul find Marvin's house through that strange and largely unexplained pattern. I believe this drawing that he used to do the walking pattern was derived from one of these real-world to game conversions that he and Belle did. Eventually Paul notes how they intimidate me, probably referring to the family again. He asks Belle if they've called her, specifically Jill, as he says once she does, she doesn't let you escape. Remember, Jill was mentioned back in Petscop 14 in the conversation between Care and her mother, where Care kept talking to an unseen person named Jill. Another thing to note about that instance is Paul says he remembers having that conversation on his birthday last year. Paul says he only mentioned Belle because she pressed him on who it was he was talking to in the first few videos. Paul mentions how Belle isn't family, so she wouldn't have a room anyway, which parallels back to the recording we saw in Petscop 12, when Belle escaped from the quitter's room and visited the child library. The text box is saying she wasn't family, so her face isn't in the Canvas system, thus meaning she doesn't have a room in the library. Paul backtracks by saying he didn't mean it that way, and you probably don't have a room is my only point, which suggests Belle was slightly offended by him considering her not family, which leads to speculate about adoption or something similar. After the subject changes,
Paul says that he needs her puzzle-solving genius, which relates back to how in the recordings from earlier versions of the game, we see Belle complete catching the pets with ease. She's always been very smart, it seems. Paul makes his way to the Quitter's room, entering the site accessible to him after he completed the cage puzzle in the gift plane. He expresses how nothing seems to have happened except the Tiara character is gone now. We know that the cage puzzle he did released her from the room from Petscop 14. Belle says something to Paul, which Paul's response suggests that she figured it out. Paul asks for a second to verify her logic, then walks towards the back of the room where the clock is, but the game frustratingly cuts out and returns to Paul in the dirt corridor. We hear him moving around in his seat, and this launches a long conversation about whether or not he's playing the game in a car. Paul repeatedly denies to Belle that he is, but the strange focus on the topic for a while leads me to wonder if we're not supposed to think this is true. During this conversation, Paul performs the steps to become a shadow monster man and goes to cross the roadway. However, unlike any time he's crossed the road before, he gets hit by a car. Specifically, this orange one, the one in Marvin's garage. Paul's guardian disappears, and after a few seconds, the Tiara/Belle avatar enters onto the road from the right. It should be noted at this time, Belle presumably goes silent on the phone as Paul seems to be unable to get a response from her. The Tiara character stares straight ahead before repeatedly tilting her eyes to the right of the screen, or to the left of her character. Paul doesn't seem to understand what message is trying to be given to him here, as a silent interaction between a guardian that isn't using the dialogue system is very unlikely to produce effective communication. I've seen some people in the comments suggest that she was trying to give him a turn back kind of message, as her eyes were tilting towards the way he had originally come from. If we're assuming this is Belle because she went silent on the phone, then we have to wonder why she would stop talking to Paul to communicate with him this way, and why she was able to appear at his screen's position so fast. It could be that Belle had caught on to Paul's slight deception about the recording and or car stuff, and decided she couldn't risk what she was trying to say be understood when listening back to the audio by whoever would listen to it, most likely this family. I don't know if that makes much sense, but it's very weird interpreting what was trying to be communicated in a scene with so little information. The game then transitions into a demo sequence, showing us once again a zoom up into what lies beyond the road and into that red texture. It then goes to a room impulse recording as seen by the red compass thingy in the bottom left corner, showing a guardian standing at the bench outside of the school. The player goes into the school and navigates to that picture that said Girl World when we last saw it, showing a younger girl with similar features to Care. The player enters to find themselves in a new room, as music titled Counselor begins to play. Lots of text boxes appear, saying the following. Hi there. Sorry for pulling you out of class. I know you've been busy catching up. Don't worry, I just want to talk with you. Hey, do you want to play a game? You can pick any game you want, and we can play it together. The game then flashes white, and a shelf full of oddly named games appears. We have Grave Robber, Rotation, Accident, and Checkers. I guess Checkers is normal, but the others all hold some significance to the themes of the game. We've talked about the significance of rotation many times before. An accident is probably another hint to this car accident that keeps getting hinted at. And then Grave Robber could have something to do with the graves we've seen. The shapes on the accident game are interesting, as we've seen them before in that rectangular window space besides the entrance to the tool room. There are two pieces that connect to each other, one red and one yellow. Their exact significance is unclear, but if they are related to an accident, the only thing as I can imagine is that either it is trying to signify that one of the children's births was an accident, as if you notice one is a female piece and one is a male piece, or it is just once again referring to a car accident with the collision of the two pieces. I spent a lot of time wondering if their colors were significant, but it is hard to tell. We know that color matters in dialogue, but it's tricky to say that it matters for objects as well, as everything needs to have some sort of color, whereas dialogue could just be classic white or black all of the time if it didn't matter. If the colors do indeed matter here, then the yellow piece would represent Care, as her name always appears in yellow. We've seen Tona's name appear in red, but he was just a pet, and Paul's avatar also has a red triangle head, and his name is generally associated with red as well.
Personally, I think we can discount Paul's connection, as the red triangle seems to be a default appearance for the Guardian to the other players, which I think is backed up by the Impulse Room recordings. I think the main takeaway is that the presence of an accident is still very important to the series in some way. The player selects Grave Robber, which triggers some more messages. Grave Robber is kind of like Battleship. Oh, you already know Grave Robber? That's good. I don't like explaining things. Player 1, controlled by Paul, and Player 2, probably controlled by the game, begins playing. True to what the text boxes said, it does seem to be very similar to Battleship. The players place a windmill accompanied by 3 gravestones, the object seeming to be to find the graves and dig them up. I called you several times and you didn't come. Do I have the wrong name here? I noticed you named your file Strange Situation. Is that your name? Please confirm. Strange Situation is the file that the game made for Paul after he entered that previously closed door in the house. So we know this recording takes place sometime after that occurrence. A write-in box appears and the player types in Paul, confirming the user. Paul. Okay, your turn, Paul. As they play the game, more messages appear. Are you right-handed or left-handed? You don't know. Really? Well, which hand do you write with? That one? That's your left hand. That means you're left-handed. I'm right-handed. I use this hand. My right is actually your left. Isn't that confusing? Anyway, your turn. Moving 5 times in a row was a mistake. Now I can't retrace all of my steps. You should dig often. It helps you win. Kids shouldn't say swear words. Do you know why? It just doesn't sound right. It's disturbing. You should choose cleaner words, even when you're really angry. Your turn. That's a very big boo-boo on your face. We're going to help you together. Everyone is. When you reach for your shoes will be there. When you walk through a doorway, the door will be open. Wherever you go, the floor will continue under your feet. Every move you make will be made valid. Everything you see will become real. Everything you say will become the truth. Your turn. You want to quit? Why? Oh, I don't blame you. Grave robbery is vile. This is an awful game, huh? We can play something else if you want. The screen flashes back to the stack of games, and Paul clicks back on Grave Robber. Text boxes appear again, saying, "It's okay, you can go. I hope you can find your real house." After this, Paul exits and navigates the school until finding a foreboding entrance. This leads to a staircase that comes to 2 doors. Paul stops and goes through the one on the right, finally demonstrating what the note said back in episode 1. When I reached the bottom of the staircase, instead of proceeding, I turned the right and became a shadow monster man. The screen slowly clips over in that direction until we can't see anything else and the video ends. So, we've finally reached the final episode of Unraveling Petscop, although this will be far from my final Petscop video. Today, we go over episodes 23, 24, and 25, analyzing the events that go down, and then I will launch Phase 2 of my Petscop investigation, where I go into great details on individual theories and how they relate to the greater story, in order to eventually put together my final narrative. Petscop 23 opens with a title screen, which eventually transitions into a demo sequence. We see a loading screen of Marvin's head, then the Guardian navigating the school along with the green tool. The player goes up a staircase, which triggers a loading screen with the Carolina logo. They then enter into a room with the Carolina logo plastered on a wall in the entrance, and enter another opening into a room containing numbered doors on each side. The central floor is made of colorful blocks with a TV in the center, a screen saying Petscop Kids displayed on it. Tarnicop machines are stationed in front of every door, along with a monitor with a line rotating to the left. There is also what looks to be a giant piece with smaller pieces floating around it, that, as the subtitles say, makes a boss sound as the player approaches it. When the plate goes in its center, the green tool shines brightly and aligns itself to be centered with the piece's top. The screen fades out, and the player receives 26 pieces to get 500 pieces in total. After this, the room is far darker,
The giant piece is gone, and all the Tarnacop machines are turned off. The only thing that remains is the TV with the Petscop Kids screen. The player enters a new room, filled with rows of chairs facing a chalkboard. Odd words are written on it, although we never get to read them as they get censored by a black box once the player gets close enough for them to actually be decipherable. Similar to how there were numbered doors in the other room, this one has posters lining the walls with numbers as well. The player views the chalkboard, and when he exits, Marvin is suddenly in the room. Marvin calls the player Paul, so we can now assume that is who's playing. What room are you in? Paul views all the posters, which are different arrangements of the room we saw on Petscop's burn-in screen in episode 16. Room 1 aligns directly with the burn-in monitor we saw. Paul circles it, indicating this is the room he's in. Thanks, Marvin says. Here I come. A pretty foreboding moment considering what we know about Marvin. What? Paul says. No. No. He begins typing no again, but stops. Both avatars remain still for a long while. Eventually, the screen cuts to black, so who knows how much time actually passed? And who knows what happened with Paul and Marvin? Did Marvin actually find Paul in his physical room? Was Paul assaulted in some way? Is he in danger? It's really hard to tell, as we can only see what's happening in the physical game. All we know is some undetermined amount of time has passed.
I missed two things in my most recent Petscop video, so here they are in this short. First of all, there is this image that was on screen for literally a singular frame. It shows the ghost room that Belle has used the texture editor to write in her pink words. It says, as far as I can tell, push bed against hidden door, although some of it is blocked by the demo sticker, so if you think it says something different, definitely let me know. Also, when Paul was writing no, 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 he was actually writing on the third time, starting to write D-A. Could he possibly be writing Dad? More thoughts on this coming in a future video.
When the screen returns, Marvin leaves the room. Paul's statement triggers not in table, and then the Tiara/Belle avatar enters the room. She says, I'm sorry. Paul types, help. Tiara/Belle walks over to the chalkboard and Paul follows her. She writes 9219 on the board in her pink letters. Paul exits the room and travels to the locker that we've never seen opened. He inputs the numbers that Tiara/Belle wrote on the chalkboard, and the locker opens, revealing a purple and pink egg with a note inside. I would like to say right here that this code is most likely meant to mean September 2nd, 2019, which is the date that this video was uploaded. However, the numbers can also be rearranged to say 1992, which is the birth year that both Care and Paul share. This note reads, Your new life letter. The name, Tiara Leskowitz. Your message. You are off to school today. I will miss you. I love you so much. I miss you so much when you're off to school for the day. I will be waiting for you when you come home. I'll be on a lawn chair in the driveway waiting for the bus to drop you off. Every day, I am so happy to see you come home and tell me what you learned. I hope everybody treats you with love and respect. Love you forever, no matter what. Mommy. Paul enters the note and the locker closes. He then goes back to the staircase, but instead turning right, he proceeds right on through. Paul enters a room littered with objects and a giant pit in the center. A text box appears after clicking on the sign. You'll find the machine up ahead. This is the only entry or exit. You will pass through this room again as you leave. Keep in mind, everything here, your baby will see. Paul moves all of the objects into the pit and they disappear. This triggers the door on the left opening up. Now, given that we know a rebirthing is probably about to happen, I kind of interpreted this as throwing out anything that might remind the child of their old life or something similar. Especially seeing that box of crayons, which is synonymous with Care throughout the series. And when Paul enters that open door, we finally find Care B. Paul walks into Care B and catches her. He then reads her description. Care B is scared and pounding on the door. I open it. It's so dark that I can't see her. So I pull her out, and the light hits her face. And they won't even give me a picture of her now. They're all scattered in graves. And I'm a piece of Here I go. On the last line, a shovel dances across the bottom of the text box. This was presumably written by Rainer, and obviously this part is referring to digging up a grave, which the Grave Robber game also suggested last episode. We will talk more about this next video. Paul then enters the room beyond, which leads to the notorious machine that has been mentioned so many times during this series. Marvin and Tiara/Belle are waiting for him. Paul approaches the machine and puts all of his pieces into it. This is reflecting what Belle said through the tool all those episodes ago, about Marvin needing 1,000 pieces for a machine beyond the school stairway. Supposedly 500 are already in it, and Paul has now completed it. Marvin says, "Put baby." Paul approaches the swiveling part and inserts Care B into the machine. A text box appears saying "Spin when ready." Marvin says, "Time to play." A purple needles piano appears, and Paul picks it up. He begins playing it, purple notes moving from it as Marvin and Tiara/Belle watch. Paul's initial tune changes, and the subtitles call it Paul's melody, which suggests this melody might be something he made and isn't what Marvin intended for him to play. This is reinforced as Marvin curses and asks Paul to stop. Paul continues playing his melody as Marvin keeps asking him to stop. Marvin runs around Paul in frustration, then leaves the room. Paul eventually stops playing and then swivels the machine again. Instead of Care B, there is a red and yellow Easter egg, much like Tiara's egg from the locker. Paul catches the egg and reads its description. It is simply, ? You should start thinking about that. This mirrors the end of Amber's description, which read, "What's the safest place you can put her in? You should start thinking about that." Paul then exits the machine room and opens the locker with Tiara's egg and puts his next to it. Paul then exits the school and returns to the bench outside. The background then turns a bright blue, then the screen flashes white. We then see a still image of the garage with the Tarnicot machine. It returns to the startup screen, then the video ends. This now brings us to Petscop 24. The episode begins with the player going to the pause screen, after the surroundings have all been turned to a bright blue. The message on the pause screen simply reads, "Now." Here we finally see what the Book of Baby Names is, it being like a credit sequence that begins with Petscop kids as seen on the Tarnicot machine in the school last episode. Before this credit sequence, we see a list of names with a descriptive word next to them, some very familiar names that we've seen throughout this series. It calls Belle smart, which goes along with a tool calling Tiara a very smart Petscop kid, and Care's name reads Dizzy, which goes along with her spinning around and the message in the caskets in Marvin's playthrough. Mike is called a painter, which connects to Tonith in ways I will elaborate upon in a future video. Some of the names of the pets from Even Care are seen as well, reaffirming they might be representing real kids. At the end of this list of names, the words say thanks for testing, and now a message from Mrs. Mark, Marvin's wife, who is working very hard as we speak. "Hi, Michael. Consider this your birthday card. Sorry I can't put money in it. When I heard how many kids were coming to your party, I was impressed. Thank your big brother for letting you and your friends play games all day and making you so popular. Also, thank your other auntie for making this all possible. If you see her, I mean, not everyone can. But anyway, happy 7th. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there. I hope my gift makes up for it. It's the one in the black box. Carrie helped pick that out. Thank her." Opening gifts is so fun. A lot of little mysteries, and all are solved. So cathartic. Anyway, I sure hope you have fun. See you later. Love you, Auntie Anna. P.S. Whatever you do, please don't shake the box. Now, you already know I'm going to have a lot more to say about this. All I'll reveal for now, I think this seemingly innocent gift for Michael's 7th birthday was what spelled Michael Hammond's untimely demise. But for now, let's finally move on to the final episode in the Petscop series. On this 25th episode, which I think could be a satisfying number due to some of the events taking place on Christmas and Petscop episodes generally liking to release on holidays, I think we should first talk about the description. It contains a link to a Bandcamp soundtrack, which is all the music and sound effects used in Petscop. It is listed as by Rainer, and the location that Bandcamp has for it is Connecticut, which confirms my prior assumption based off of the area code and the phone number in episode 16. The description also says, "Recovered from a Tarnicot machine. To all involved, thank you. Track titles are the original source file names, aside from SFX1 and SFX2, which contain compiled sound effects." And now, the present. We see the list of the names of the background music, the most interesting being Bathroom Tomb, which I think seals a tragic fate for Rainer. We know from episode 11 it asks the user to check your bathroom now, and we also know Rainer was a pretty messed up guy. The game has put emphasis on Anna's bathroom, although nothing that special happens with it in-game. Combine this with the phrase bathroom tomb, and I think Rainer ended his days in the bathroom after gifting the Petscop game to the Mark family. So now that we know the tragic end of Petscop's creator, what does the rest of the episode have in store? Well, most of it is just still images set to corresponding background music, and this one does really make you appreciate how good the music of Petscop actually is. Some interesting things to note is that the blue doors are now gone in the room that they were once in, and the bathroom tomb one shows the dirt under the room in even care that's connected to the bathroom in the house. It gives off a buried kind of feel with the context of the tomb phrasing. Way at the end of the video, there's a little clip of actual Petscop gameplay, a child's voice saying "and now" just before it appears. There is no demo sticker, and there are no words on the top left of the screen, and there's no impulse dial, so this footage that was directly recorded, although there is no audio. Paul is standing in the Newmaker plane that's now surrounded by the bright blue glow. He walks forward to find Belle/Tiara waiting for him. She shows him a bench with a girl in a pink dress sitting on it. Tiara/Belle then launches into a speech. There is Boss, waiting for her son. Paul, do you remember being born, smuggled away, driving to your new house? Boss in driver's seat, me in back. I could not wait to be your friend. Paul corrects her use of friend to the word family. Belle then says, we can investigate this together. The two walk to the boss sprite who is sitting on the bench next to a yellow pinwheel, looking into Lina's party room. And the final Petscop video ends. Belle's final words, we can investigate this together, is very poetic, as it echoes what Paul said when he was talking to her way back in Petscop 2. But let's talk about the word boss. I think this could be alluding to the fact that a lot of games end with a final boss, and this is the end of Petscop, so it kind of satisfies that old video game trope in a way. But there is something far more important about this word. It's not even supposed to be boss. Using the phonetic system that Petscop has, with the table of controller inputs and corresponding letters, Belle was actually writing something else, which the game automatically changes to the word boss. She was writing none other than the name Lina. With that knowledge, Belle was actually saying when boss was shown, there is Lina waiting for her son. Lina in driver's seat, me in back. What does this mean? What are the lore implications? And how does it affect the overall narrative? All of this and everything else I've been saving over the past few videos are coming in a multi-part video series that I dub Unraveling Petscop Phase 2, where I will delve into the specifics of my theories and the overall storyline of Petscop. To give you a glimpse of these first few theories and what they're going to cover, I have decided that I don't think anything supernatural is occurring in this series. I know this is a controversial claim, but I will defend myself in these upcoming videos, along with my definitive theory as to what happened at the windmill, who Belle/Tiara is and how they affect the story, Marvin and Rainer and their intersecting stories, and much more to come. Long-term followers of my Petscop series will know I have largely refrained from consuming other people's interpretations or findings in Petscop, so I could formulate my own theories first. But now that I have most of my interpretation of the timeline and narrative pretty well cemented in my mind, even if I haven't gotten it all out to the public yet, I'm going to begin consuming everyone else's Petscop's content. I'm talking reading the entire Reddit progress document, discussion threads, and doing live reactions to other Petscop YouTube videos as well. I hope you have enjoyed Phase 1 of Petscop, and I hope you'll stay for Phase 2, as this is where the real fun begins. Leave your thoughts and theories below, and until next time, it's been Playmaster.